Hello, everyone, and welcome to Old World. We are live with another tournament match in the Old World Community Tournament. Today's game, we have Aran versus Sabertooth. This is a round 2 matchup, so both players have won their first game of the tournament and are now facing off against each other. They can afford to lose here. They can afford a loss, which will send them down to the elimination bracket. But both players did a pretty decent job in their first game, so this should make for an interesting match. We have a seriously defensive map layout. Let's take a look at the size here. We have tiny inland sea, square. All other settings appear to be the same. Not 100% sure. Hey there, Fluffy Bunny. Not 100% sure who picked the map, but it is a tiny map, so there's a wider arena between both players, and it looks like each side of the map is kind of walled off here. We have a pass down here in the south, some walls, some mountain walls, a city choke point right in this mountain pass. Technically 2 city choke points, but this one's easier to get around. So the city choke point here, more walls, a volcano in the way around this city, right? Here's up the capital. We do have, technically speaking, with maybe some colonies buying, we could get out to this river, access the capital, put boats in the water here, and maybe do some anchoring, I guess. But more walls here. So Scythians, this site is inaccessible for now. That could be another interesting strategic play with the colonies, maybe kind of getting all the way out here. That'd be expensive. That would be so expensive, though. But getting all the way out here and then looping around. But then we go north. The free site is up here. More mountains pass. There's one tile pass here. 2 tile pass here. So this could be a interesting game. It could be a defensive game. It could be a turtling game. It will certainly depend on which direction players choose to expand. I think coming up along this northern corridor would certainly place players in a nice point of contact across this plain. And of course, if one player goes north and starts to secure more of this plain, while another player opts to go south, I feel like the southern route creates a much longer path to be able to threaten your opponent. So something as simple, as which direction our players choose to expand could be a game-defining decision. We have our first selection of the nation here. We have Aran selecting Persia, a builder opting for intelligent. Pretty strong combination there. Intelligent is a bit of a popular pick in this custom tournament format. Builder is a solid start as well. And with a tiny map, you can expect at least some level of grace here to spend some time developing your nation. And this map in particular, even though the players don't know about this massive shield wall here, should afford some nice and decent development time. It'll be interesting to see the way the first 30 or 50 turns of this game go. Well, I guess 50 turns could end up being most of the game, but it would be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see the expansion path here. All right, so that's already one key decision here. Moving the slinger out south, hoping to find a camp. It's going to be a couple of turns, so he will not. We got a promotion here. Besieger, that's one of the ones you want to luck into. If you have the access to get to the camp on the second turn, Besieger, much like Steadfast, will give you the ability to clear that camp before it spawns a unit. However, both players are in a situation where there are no camps in range. So they will face a circumstance where their first unit is going to spawn. We do have tactician generals over here in Persia as well, but I think Besieger, opting for Besieger is the correct play here. Yeah, but he's going to have a little bit of a hike to get down to the camp. In fact, it might even take him 2 turns. Yeah, 1, 2. This would be next turn. So he's going to be down here. It's going to take him a little bit to get down here. Interesting. So I suspect if he moves his warrior again, well, no, he'll probably move his scout to clear, and it's entirely possible he might turn around. Although they can see their free site, so they have knowledge of this, which would prompt a southern expansion. So I suppose I would expect both players to go south, which is really interesting here. We have Egypt for Sabertooth, a scholar, and also intelligent. Both players valuing the expansive potential of science. We do have a scholar on a sage opening, so that's going to give him an extra 2 science for the free archive that they get. So we're currently looking at 19 science to open the game on Egypt's side of the map, compared to 13 science to open to the game with Persia. And yes, indeed, there are quite a bit of hills on the map as well. You get a really nice open plain up here, but yeah, getting out of this kind of cavern will be a little bit of a chore. And of course, if your opponent gets onagers anywhere in these areas, attacking into these spots is just going to be a nightmare. The south is very, very hilly, and then we enter a similar situation where there's lots of plains across the map. So I'll do a quick settlement count here. Give me one moment. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 on each side, so 24 sites with 2 in the center. So that's 26 sites on the map total. There could be some interesting opportunities. Like I said, if a player wants to get really creative with a colonies play here, could put some ships into the ocean, which would give some anchoring possibilities. You know, get this peninsula, maybe scoot over to this island. But again, these are all long-term developments. It would take a lot of investment to achieve this. And we have... This is turn 2. We are on simultaneous play. We have venturing far out with the scout first rather than moving the warrior up, but we are making progress to this camp. And we do have a promotion that could get a 3-turn clear here. You just need 10%. So Fierce will also do it. But again, he's going to take his time hitting that spot. So yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how players react to this layout. Whether they opt to kind of turtle up and have a safe and quiet game, or if either player is going to try and rush a potential advantage early on. Because one thing that you can try and maybe fake your opponent out, if you feel too safe, right? Yes, that's actually an interesting point as well. I'll bring that up in a second. But yeah, if you're feeling cheeky, one thing you can do if you end up in a landscape like this, you can bank on the fact that your opponent might think they're safer than they are, and you could try to go in early. However, chat did mention both that the Egyptian mounted lancer is a terrifying thing to do, and with a layout like this, Egypt would certainly have time to acquire it. However, even though the Lancer has more mobility and so I think could threaten more, especially across open plains like this, the Persian unique unit is no slouch either. And both nations do have access to clerics, so their timing could be similar as well. Although I suspect the scholar will hit that threshold quicker than a builder would. So that'll be interesting. That'll be something to watch out for. 7-law timing could be the thing that breaks this map open for one of the players, and of course I would give that slight edge to the Lancer just for being able to cross distances at, and also shoot the things at a greater distance. So Lancers versus Cataphract Archers will be an interesting fight indeed. Of course, the Lancers can't rout. Alright, so we have our settler making a way down. We have one more turn to clear. And we do... So the tactician general here is actually going to become a huge advantage because you're going to clear this unit down here quicker since it spawned melee. I wish I really understood what makes these things spawn which unit, because as an example, now we have a ranged unit down here. I have no idea what makes it decide. I suspect it's just random, but it always annoys me when it doesn't give me the one that I want. Because sometimes when you're in woods like this, you want a ranged unit, like Egypt got. You don't want a melee unit, because then the melee unit's going to do more damage. But, you know, again, we have that tactician, so that'll be helpful to speed up that kill time. Tactician is a fierce general. Tacticians and zealots are both fantastic generals because they really, really shake up the tactical elements of a pitched battle between two opponents. You know, you can think, oh, I have better superiority, or, you know, I have rout potential or whatever, but then suddenly a tactician is going to make it so you're taking twice as much damage when you try to kill something, or a zealot makes routing just a nightmare to deal with, or makes you waste full... Basically, they're kind of opposites, right? So, like, the tactician gives, you know, returns fire, full attacks on you as you try to take them down, right? At least with melee units. We have to settle here. A second Sages. Classic. Love to see this. So we're really going high science here. Yes, now Persia's really in trouble when it comes to the concept of that Lancer rush, because the issue that we're going to face here for Persia is we now have 31 science and it's only turn 7, and the product of this is the combination of both intelligent, you know, we have our governor already, intelligent giving us 1 science per turn in all of our cities, but also, let's not forget, the archive in every sage city is 1 science per turn, and then, since we're a scholar, we have another 2 science. So if he settles sages continuously, for now anyway, and brings his other families in later, he's going to get an automatic extra 4 science per city right out of the gate, which is just really powerful. Let's go see what Aran chose to settle. Aran brought in statesmen, so classic Persia advantage here. He's starting out heavily with some orders. He's got a camp here that's going to give a full order there. He has 1 order coming from this city plus his civics, and then I suspect he'll bring in riders probably down here somewhere, and that'll give him his full order potential. Great question. Let's check out the free tech for Egypt. This could be a game-defining thing in itself, and we got husbandry, so that's pretty solid. Yeah, that's pretty solid, because you definitely need husbandry at some point. But interestingly enough, Egypt, being a horse nation, doesn't actually start with husbandry. So they kind of need to take their own time and moment to get it right out of the gate. And so that gives them nice parity with Persia as well, who does, in fact, start with husbandry. So that's a really, really solid grab. Obviously, good grabs would be something like navigation or phalanx to open the game with as well. Kicking off with divination could be great, or trapping could be convenient, because that's another one that you're going to want early to get those slingers. But, you know, I'll take husbandry. That's a pretty good get. You do have horses in the area, so not too bad. All right, going straight for a worker first in this distant city. Probably considering his situation with the shield wall, feeling like he doesn't need units early. Personally, I would like to see another unit early, because you're thinking about that clear momentum. Also down here, this exit city, if we want to call it that, this gateway city to the rest of the map, has 2 iron on it. So this is going to be a really nice military city, which will be nice to see. Both players do have the option to put riders in that spot if they want it, or they could do... Egypt could be cheeky. This, I think, would make a nice landowner's grab. Really get those iron online very quickly. That's my favorite thing about landowners. You would open with 2... Well, you open with 3 citizens right away. And you can put... Once these mines are finished, you could put a miner in both mines in just 6 turns, 6 or 7 turns. So you have fully operational mines right away with the landowner cities. One of the reasons why I might put them in what players might consider a typical military city spot, rather than actually putting a military family there. It's one of my favorite families in the game. And we have military drill being researched already for Persia. So both players started with divination, and Persia's going directly into military drill rather than opting something like labor force to open their game. So we're going to be militarily minded on Persia, it seems. Also opting for a settler. We have 2 settlers coming up, so Aran's feeling confident, I suppose, that he can clear another camp with the tactician, and I suppose he could. You know, since this is another melee unit, that would make it easier to deal with if he can get this guy into the woods. And the main reason is not because it defends him against the melee unit. It's because if the melee unit ends up in these woods, it's going to be harder for him to kill it. That's pretty decent. They have swapped, it seems, already to non-simultaneous. Probably a bit early for that, but especially on a tiny map, they do have time before there's any real serious conflict that's going to happen. But no real issue there. They probably did 5 turns of simultaneous, I suspect. So what do we have for tribes on the map? We have a bunch of Numidians down here in the center, all the way up to this island. Yep, more Numidians. So basically the entire bottom of the map is Numidians on it, from the center to Aran's side. And then we have some Scythians down here. And let's see what else. More Scythians up. Basically, the entire map is Scythians and Numidians. That's it. So just 2 tribes. So the raid profile could be very interesting here as they try to expand out to the world. Horse tribes move a little bit quicker. And there's raid potential from each direction. If Egypt tries to expand down south here, let's take a look at them real quick, and goes to war with the Scythians here, this camp right here is close enough to send raiders around this corridor. Conversely, Aran on the other side has already met the Numidians. Sorry, they've both met the Numidians, but Aran's on the other side has met Numidians, and there are no Scythians down here. So him trying to go to war here and clear out all these Numidians won't actually prompt a raid from the capital until he meets the Scythians. So that's an interesting little asymmetry there that might come into play. Really cool to see stuff like that, kind of different little tweaks of the landscape that can impact gameplay. Interesting. That seems far. Tribe level normal. Oh, maybe it's because he's treating this as a road. That's okay. There's a river there, so we won't take full damage from that. Warrior. Be interested to see where that lands up. Alright, healing up in Egypt. Another settler and a worker coming on the way. So we have a little bit of clear momentum already here for Aran. We're already working on our second camp. Decent pacing. Oh, and so this is nice. So this is nice to see. Apparently Egypt did go drama, so we have a free settler coming out right away. So using that early science advantage to get an extra settler is certainly a strategy you can employ as well if you have something like a schemer or do this double sage thing. Or if you're Greece and you start with drama, you can kind of plan and orient your build queues around the fact that you know you have another settler coming down the pipeline reliably early in the game. Certainly worthwhile to spend science popping out a free settler. It can be a little bit more taxing to actually grab drama first, but for Egypt, who starts stone cutting, not really a big deal to make that deviation at this point, I suppose. All right. Aran making progress clearing. Both play... Oh, I didn't notice this little isthmus here. I thought this was an island, so there's a very snaky path onto this island, which is fascinating to think. I was sitting here wondering how this scout got out here. That's cool. So it looks like the players will kind of avoid each other until Egypt ends up on this side of the map. Cool. 3 turns to military drill for Persia, and 1 more turn on that free settler. So... bit of a bummer that we aren't yet ready to clear a camp 3 more years on another unit down here. So this kind of actually brings me to the point. We have a settler coming out, right? We have a couple turns coming out on a worker, where we could be maybe 5 or 6 turns or less from another warrior, right? We have our unit. What do we have for generals? We don't have a good general. We can get Highlander, which will help with this terrain, so that's nice. But basically, the issue that we're going to face here is that one more unit's coming out. So taking this one unit to try and clear a camp by itself could be tricky. Maybe if you get in these woods with Highlander, you'll be fine. And then, we have this free settler coming out, and it can go to the free site, which is one of the great things about the free site, but you have this other settler being built with nowhere to go. So that's a little bit unfortunate. Of course, you'll make your way down here, but there's the question of, like, well, where is your other military unit going to come from to clear this camp? 1 unit versus 3 units can be pretty tricky. Which isn't to say he can't pull it off, but it's one of the important reasons why I think building a military unit first in your second city or out of your capital can be really important. Aran has now cleared his site, comparatively speaking. So we have the settler from the capital going to the free site. Fine. And then the settler that we built first here going to this site. So this is one of the benefits of that early tactician grab as well as Besieger. Besieger helped speed him up too. But this early tactician grab and these melee units that spawned has increased his clear potential. So that's a nice utilization of his advantages down here against his tribal situation, or barbarian situation, rather. Be curious to see what Egypt does now. I think maybe building a warrior from the capital, but that would be 9 turns. Oh, do we have a bad stat? Why is this? Oh, we're angry already with the scholars. Oh, no. We have a disappointed, must have gotten an event that disappointed our oligarch, and this is not the situation that you want to see early on when you're doing a double family settle. Oh my goodness, and he did a third. Okay, so let's talk about this. I love this. So, as a strategy, just to be clear, this is sound. This works. Same thing that I've already described. You're getting 4 science at least per city because they're all sages, you have intelligent, they all have archives, and you're a scholar. So this is a strategy that totally works. I've done it. I've opened the game with 2 or 3 sage seats. It's a thing that works. But the issue that you run into is that you are now dependent on all of the opinion from one family funneling into one spot, and that includes the discontent. So every discontent level is minus 20 opinion. So currently he's getting minus 100 opinion. It's right here. I don't know why I'm counting it myself. 100 from discontent, right? So, but then the other thing is you have a fickle diplomatic political situation where if this guy ever gets pissed off for any reason, well, then you have the potential for rebels pretty early on. Yes, 42 science on turn 13, and that is the power of this kind of triple sage settlement, which is one of the reasons why it is a very, very powerful tactic, especially in this custom dynamic where you can give yourself, intelligent, or you can pick your archetype. He's clearly crafting this strategy, this opening. Sabertooth is a player who I know has done a fair amount of theory crafting and practicing in this current tournament environment. So yeah, this is definitely we're building another settler, but we don't have warriors. We don't have clear potential. I hate this. This is wrong. This should be a military unit. But yes, this is clearly a structured strategy around maximizing early science boosts. So we'll see if it pays off. Conversely, on the other hand, Persia already has 19 science. Or should I say only, I suppose. Has 19 science per turn. But, he has a third city. Well, I guess they both have 3 cities now. But he has a third city, each from different families. So his political situation, as we can see here, is much smoother, right? Much more even out. So that's the exchange you make there by settling all 3 cities. the same family, you're going to get that early boost in power from science. We'll see if it pays off long term. But, you know, the political situation in Persia is much better. And he already has another site he can go to. He's building 2 more military units. This is what we want to see. So his clear potential is going to be fine. Whereas over in Egypt, we have 1 settler headed somewhere with nowhere concrete to go just yet, with another settler on the way, and 2 workers on the way. So if hopefully this unit can clear this camp. But there's going to be 3 units there. So if it can't, that could be an issue. Persia now has the ability, it just got military drill, has the ability to grab stone cutting, or could go very aggressive and go straight for spoked wheel. That would be interesting to see. We do have horses here. We can import riders' horses up here. So it'd be really curious. No horses down in the double iron, unfortunately. So maybe a rider spot there and then import down there and just ignore riders up here. Or at least the horse advantage. Excuse me, have it build regular units. We do have stone cutting flagged, and it, of course, is a very early opening grab that's important. So aristocracy is also strong early, so there are really, really good options here. I'd be curious to see if he sticks with his targeted approach. Doing some more scouting out here, and still have not met the Scythians. So once Aran meets the Scythians, that could open him up to his capital, up to raids as well. Nice, keeping his scout hidden just in case. The players have not met yet. Egypt is getting really close to meeting Persia. All right, yeah, so interesting thing. This is one of those weird, or not weird, but fascinating ecosystems of the game. Egypt does have a massive science lead already and really has made decisions around that, right? You know, this 3-family settling situation. But the other thing about this is currently your discontent is 14 discontent per turn. So in 7 turns, he's going to go another level up. Another 7 turns, another level up. And in 6, so in 7 turns, he's going to get 3 level ups. So what does that mean? That means in 3 turns, he's going to get another minus 60 family opinion to this family. And with the distance between all these cities and the fact that Sabertooth isn't actually building any military units right now. Oh my god, we're building a treasury. This is awful. It's like he doesn't want to build... Oh, we have a slothful governor, too. Dreadful. Okay. So, yeah. This, again, very strong concept. It does work, or at least it can work, right? There are ways you can make this work. Settle your first 2 or 3 families as sages. Run a scholar. Shoot that science super high. But if he starts getting rebels, right, he now has a 5% rebel chance. 10%. 10%. If he starts getting rebels in these cities, that's going to be really hard to cover with just 1 unit, and you have no more military units coming down the pipeline. Now, fun fact for those watching, a little bit of insight on the rebels mechanic. Despite rebels chance, you cannot get rebels in any of your cities for the first 20 turns. So you do have some window there of opportunity to kind of exploit this opinion situation. You know, give yourself time to get divination, get a religion online, get your opinion invested. You know, you have 20 turns to kind of solve that problem, but it is a problem that you're going to, or, you know, build military units in the event that rebels do start spawning. But it is a problem that you're going to have to solve within 20 turns. Otherwise, those rebels could start pouring in. A 10% rebel chance in all 3 of your cities while you only have 1 warrior is not really a situation that you want to find yourself in at the start of a game. So politics, family politics is important. But no, in terms of the concept, I like where Sabertooth is at. He's clearly concerned about the distance in a game like this, creating a window of opportunity where his opponent could get too high in science. And of course, this could even out, you know. Sabertooth could gain a large early advantage in science and then spend some time kind of like reorganizing his empire after, you know, some rebels or whatever. You know, maybe it's he Get put... Yeah, he's not going to be able to clear this by himself. What side of the river is he on? Yeah, no, he's on the wrong side of the river. He'll take 8 damage next turn. 3, 6, 8 damage next turn. Yeah, he can't clear this. He's going to have to back off. So, yeah, and that's the issue. This is the tempo thing. So now we have 2 issues happening in Egypt. The political situation is in danger. We have divination, but we're not building a religion to get some opinion up. And then here's the other thing with that. We could get a religion, and even the religious head could end up hating us. So that would be a double whammy, because again, once the family converts, your whole family will be of that religion. All these cities. So really fragile political situation in Egypt. I apologize if I'm focusing a little bit too much on this right now, because it is early days, it is the game, so the players are just, building their settlers and their workers and expanding. And this is just a fascinating strategy to me that I think is worth a discussion, because again, it can work, but these are the shortfalls that can come from it. So you have to be mindful of that and actively think about the ways you're going to resolve these situations. So getting better opinion, getting units to deal with rebels if you have them, or, getting units to keep expanding. So the fact that we don't have any second military unit up in Egypt feels like a very big blunder for Sabertooth. But let's take a peek back on Aran. I know I'm a little behind here because his turn is coming to a close, but we have the settler coming on up. We got a new general on this ruler. Perhaps he died, but this general has Ranger, which is nice. We now have Ranger, Besieger. The opportunity with all these horse tribes, I think, it's hard to pass up Eagle Eye, but in this early game situation, I'd probably take Horsebane, since I know I'm dealing primarily with horses out in the open. So Horsebane would be another 25% on top of Besieger, on top of Ranger. So like in this tile, right, you would do 75% damage to this horse. That would just be brutal. Maybe a little bit overkill because we're already doing 10 damage to it. But still, really nice option down here. Really cool to see Aran kind of maximizing the potential of his opening unit and clearing nice. And this is a great comparison too, right? Because over here in Persia, with one unit, we've successfully cleared our second camp. So we have good clearing tempo, except Aran is still building 2 more units because he knows he's going to need them to keep up that clearing tempo. Whereas conversely, Egypt has stalled here. They might... Okay, they will be able to do this. The settler will be able to heal them. So that's good on Sabertooth. I'll be shocked if he brings in another Sage family. But so this is good on Sabertooth. He should be able to get the 1 hit here. And that should work out. He'll survive. I think I didn't realize when the turn ending boundary was. I thought he was going to have to take 2 hits from all the tribes and then clear. But now that he's only going to get hit 1 more time before clearing, he can settle on top of the warrior. And then that will save... Yeah, that will save the life of the warrior. He's just going to take a bunch more whacks from the tribal units, which is another reason where he hopefully doesn't settle sages again, because every whack will add another 10 discontent to the city, which would be a lot to deal with, I think. But we do have eyes. Both players have met each other. The builder is now bold as well. But both players have now met each other, and Aran can see what's going on, see the struggle down here against his camp. And that's good news. And we have a hunters. Great, cool, love this. We chose hunters down here. Let's look at connected status. If either player can get exploration and explore out into this coast, that will really solve a lot of connected issues for some of these cities down here. Well, actually, I guess not internally, because this is now an enclosed bay. Yeah, really, really going to be interested to see how the players react around this. Curious layout of the ocean on this map. We have the second Rider Scout clearing the north. So let's take a look at that exploration progress. Here we have Persia leveraging their scout to go, their opening scout to go find Egypt. And then I really like how the opening scout went south, and then we went north and settled riders, putting the Rider Scout north and then sending the Rider Scout north, right? That's really nice use of knowing you're going to get a second scout into the game. So if we compare over to Egypt, by delaying that rider settle, which has come in now, right? We just brought in riders now. We're bringing out a warrior in 6 turns. Great to see. By delaying that rider settle, we haven't had a second scout, and this is kind of what we're looking for: early exploration for Egypt. So that's one of the advantages. Honestly, I wasn't, for those who don't know, a few months ago, the way governors work was changed slightly. Now you can put a governor in any city whenever you want. It didn't always work like that. I'm not going to bother explaining how it worked, but it didn't always work like that. And I actually like the change because at first I was against it. I didn't really like it. But it turns out it's actually a really nice change, because it's one of the reasons why I actually don't mind starting with riders as an opening city these days, because getting that second scout immediately can be really handy. And you don't lose much because you can always put your awesome leader in the second city and govern them there. So it's really neat to see. All right, the scout is exposed, but Aran can rely comfortably that he's not under threat because his warrior doesn't want to leave this city right now. So that's kind of a bit of a... Oh, no, that's the Egyptian scout. My bad. That's the Rider Scout. I thought it was the Persian one. So the Persian one's still hidden. So that one's going north, which makes sense because you already have a scout out here. We also have navigation being grabbed. So that's nice to see. Going to be an early order boost on Egypt, which is nice. You kind of want to catch up in tempo, order tempo to Persia, because Persia does Persia stuff and always has plenty of orders. Yeah, this is a great map. It's a very interesting map. Chat's saying that we have a good map. Also, if you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, just going to do my obligatory please like, please subscribe, and all right, we have the Persia Culture Religious Founding event. I believe so, right? No acolytes, yep. So Persia has a unique event in Sacred and Profane that lets them get Zoroastrianism. And so that can be a specific boon to Persia. Not guaranteed, doesn't mean they're always going to get it when they hit developing, but this is actually the second time we've seen it in the tournament so far. But fortunately for Egypt, there's no clerics on the map, so while this will still be a nice boost, 2 holy cities directly in the capital, that's solid. You're going to get double civics boost there and double culture. It could be worse because Persia could have run clerics. And also, with Persia not running clerics, they're not going to have that 7 law tempo, so I'll be curious to see what family Egypt decides to cut out. Always breaks my heart to see someone cut out landowners, but I'm be willing to wager that Egypt is going to bring in clerics for the law, because I suspect Sabertooth is, in his practice and theory crafting, is going to be very mindful and worried about that law tempo. So a question from chat. Is there a candidate city with horses? Yes, the capital has access to horses. So, and that's honestly, for the horse nations, that's the best situation you want to be in. Doesn't even matter what type of city. It could be landowners, clerics, champions, whatever. It doesn't matter. Although I don't think we have a champions horse nation in the game. Yeah, so you just want horses in your capital mostly. That's the biggest thing, because odds are your capital is very usually going to be the first city that hits strong culture. So if you're looking about 7 law timing specifically, then you want the horse in your capital. If you're thinking about 4 law timing, well, then there are ways to kind of, it's much easier to get developing. So on that note, let's take a look at the wonders in the game. Pyramids, nice grab there. It looks like... Oh, we're building the Jerwan. Okay, Jerwan in a Sage's seat. In a Sage's City. That's going to be a really, really great science boost there. So we got an early Jerwan grab already from Egypt using that opening stone boost. That's a nice advantage for Egypt. They can basically take their pick of the early wonders. Interesting here that we're going for Jerwan over Pyramids. Pyramids would certainly be great. What am I doing? Okay, here we go. Pyramids would be certainly great for the 7-law timing. Yazakalaya is one of my favorite wonders in the game. So maybe Egypt can grab that with their current Zoro situation. Long term, we have the Mausoleum, we have the Colossus, the Museum, all great. Chthon could be interesting on these inland sea maps if we see someone deciding to grab it. And then, of course, our good old-fashioned Colosseum, if anyone wants to take advantage of the fact that they have a massive mountain wall protecting them and go for a culture rush. We do have early drama on Egypt, so they could start swinging into heavy culture real quickly if they wanted to. So on Persia, getting a barracks up, nice to see. Going straight into military production on Aran. Aran strikes me as an aggressive player, not afraid of a fight. He's going for label force now, while steel and composite bow are both in the deck. I think that's okay. Labor force is a really good early grab. The map is large enough where I think you'll benefit greatly from going for freedom first, but we do have a lot of players who like just diving straight in and going for slavery for the econ boost. But I'm personally a big fan of opening the game with slavery. Freedom. Even if I'm not Egypt or Axum and I don't start with labor force, sometimes I'll beeline straight for labor force, which is a nice change of pace because I used to only ever go for aristocracy. So it's nice to have an interesting decision to make there. All right, back to... We're getting our workers out early. This is another advantage of the builder because we could open with our military units, which is exactly what we needed in Persia, right? We opened with military units. We're ready to start going out and clearing. And now is the time we can come back and spam out a bunch of quick workers and, start making progress economically. So I feel like Sabertooth might have done it a little bit backwards. Not getting another military unit because we're backing in that same type of situation where we have a settler ready, and sure, it has a long way to come down here, right? So it's not the worst thing. It's going to take a couple turns to get down here, but look at this war. He's nowhere near being ready to aggress against the camp, and this is now an upgraded camp as well. So it's actually significantly harder. Let's do the damage. See, we were doing 7 damage against these camps before. And now we're only doing 4. Because once these upgrade from hovels to outposts, you see this little thing down here. I'll see if there's any hovels left. All right, so this is a good example. This is a hovel, and in 1 turn, it's going to upgrade into outpost. So this normally takes anywhere between like 8 to 14 turns, depending on how far these things are from you. So you kind of have a bit of a timer in terms of clearing pressure in the early part of the game, where your units can do good damage against these camps and clear them easily with just a couple of units. But now you're just not at a point where 1 unit is going to be able to clear this camp. Not with a bunch of units around. So you're kind of on the clock there with early clearing potential. Let's take a look over at this camp, see if it's... Yeah, so this is upgraded into an outpost already. That's an outpost. So we're, we have 1 hovel down here. I'm not 100% sure what determines this, but I know they're all on timers. You can see it right here, 2 years. So basically, they're all at a stage where they're going to start being outposts now. And let's not forget, in case you were unaware, once they upgrade to outposts, the unit inside the camp hops out and it is replaced by the next level unit. So we have now an elite nomad skirmisher, 4 strength. And the previous nomad skirmisher that was in the camp of only 3 strength was booted out of the camp. So that's the other thing that happens. It both gets better defense and the unit itself in the city or the site is stronger. So Apologize for taking that detour there if you're already familiar with mechanic, but there's lots of things in this game that can be difficult to keep track of. Oh, when we're going straight, first conflict of the game, we have a exposed Egyptian scout out in the open, and Aran doesn't care about taking any more hits on this, unit he's been trying to kill. He's gonna make sure that Sabertooth can't make a mistake like this again. This is far enough away that it won't be able to heal up. There is no healing for scouts out in the open. So this ensures that if Aran happens to get into a position where he can see this scout again, he'll be able to take it out next time. So I like this level of aggression, really showing to us that Aran is not shy about conflict and knows the importance of map vision threatening the scout. You're most certainly not going to be able to kill it, because Sabertooth, I suspect, will toss it in the woods at some point. Excuse me. But it'll also, you can make if it comes here, you can make a little note saying it's somewhere around here. Nice to see. And there it goes. It dips right into the woods immediately. Sabertooth was aware. He had his eyes on that, so that's nice, good reaction from Sabertooth. But conflict there from both players. No movement on this disciple yet, interestingly enough, so seemingly no real desire to spread Zoroastrianism. Don't blame them. They don't really like... wrong nation. Oh, actually, no, Zoroastrianism's doing great. So yeah, I would actually pop this right up here to Anshan, the rider seat, spread this right away. Or you could go for an early mythology. That would be fantastic. Culture rush in your capital. Build all the shrines right here in your capital. And or the remaining ones, and then grab mythology, or even just grab mythology to put shrines. There's already a shrine up here, so mythology as an early grab could be interesting, but I suspect he's going to opt for slavery or freedom. Still, really nice possibility there. So anyway, back to Egypt for now. Take a look there, political situation. So relationships with the sages has cooled off a little bit. So we are in year 20. Now is the time where we can get rebels. And we are not in danger of rebels yet. So that's nice. Still cutting it pretty close here. This guy doesn't like us. We could afford an influence mission at some point. We don't have the money, but I mean, that would be worth investing in, I think. We're both... the ruler 38 and the family head is 40. So there's plenty of turns left to be played with these characters. And now we're healing up down here with 5 more turns on a military unit. This tempo is unfortunate for Egypt. Let's hop back over to Persia. They should be making quick progress on this extra camp. And he comes right back to clearing down here as well. Barracks finished, going on a slinger. More military, love to see it. Going on quarries, getting that econ online. He's got decent mountain setup. Really nice lush tiles here for some food opportunities. I like that. Is this a wheat? Yeah, a barley. He's got some food right by a volcano. This is going to be really nice food possibility. And let's take a look at this order comparison. We're clearing this camp. Is it going to be ready to turn? No, one more turn. Who's going to back off and heal? Okay, not a bad decision. Nice to see it, because that's really smart, because I think sometimes I've seen players do this thing where it's like, you have to kill, you hit here, right? And then you're not going to kill it this turn, but I've seen players just hit it anyway, where you're going to need to attack it twice next turn regardless, so it actually does make the most sense to back off, heal up, so some of the damage will get sent to this guy instead, and then next turn you can clear it out. So I like that. Difference is micro. We're coming up here. Most of the map has already been explored by turn 20 from Persia. Classic use of 2 scouts and lots of orders. That's a great advantage that they have. Or if you were a different nation and ran a schemer, that's one of the reasons why we like schemers early, especially with riders. You can clear the map pretty quickly. Getting rhetoric now, so let's look at our law temple. We already have 2 laws unlocked. Only making a small amount of civics, though. So it will be time to adopt. It looks like we're maybe going to make a play for... I don't understand the treasury play, man. This is confusing me. This seems like an unfortunate waste of early development. This is the second city that we built a treasury in. Yeah. So that's unfortunate, but it looks like that's going to be draining our civics too, which is another thing. We'd already probably have the civics to adopt a law if we had been spending some time building units rather than spending some time building projects. It really does add up long term. All right, we'll be able to clear this next turn. So, sound concepts, I think, from Egypt. We're now back to... And look at this. Look at the rate with which we transition, right? We go from having 0 rebels to 10% rebels chance. So you're really in this mode, because we are playing on modest prosperity. That is the competitive prosperity setting that we use in these tournaments. But what that really means is you don't want your families to get negative 100 opinion. Yes, someone chat mentions with the treasury idea that the economy is not that great. We have this negative money. The thing is, though, and not to say that treasuries aren't ever worth it, the difficult thing with projects is that they are useful, they have a purpose, they're worth it, but I think they're difficult to intuit when you actually build them. And in this situation, we have low income, yes, right? But I think you'd be better served still by building more improvements instead, relying on that, selling resources, chopping wood would be a good thing. And you want another military unit out, right? You want better clear potential. Because let's not forget, when we clear camps, we get 2 things. We get an event, and also you get resources. You get a little boost of resources when you clear a camp too, like 50 food or whatever. So the faster you clear, the better your economy will get. Same thing with exploring, too. When you reveal resources, you get tiny bits of income and bursts. So let's take one more look at Egypt, actually. By not having this northern stuff explored, we're missing things like money from these pearls, food from the fish, stone from the marble, in addition, food from all of these, right? And you're also missing legitimacy from finding these landmarks. So early orders... Think of early order use like an investment. This is one of the reasons why I don't go too crazy myself with worker turns early. And this is one of the risks I think about builders. Persia can afford this, right? Because they have all the orders in the world. But running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 workers early could really tax your order economy. And Persia's fine because they've already explored most of the map, right? But sometimes you need to make that decision. Am I going to move my scout this turn, or am I going to move a worker, chop down some woods, and build a mine? There are turns where I will just move the scout and not touch my worker. Because that map knowledge is key, that legitimacy is key, it's a long-term investment, that early income is key, harvesting is key, and it's quicker. It gets you stuff that you need more now. And then, you can just move the worker next turn. And we have a festival. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, this is autonomous. Never mind. Ignore everything about the city. So every criticism that I've levied against the city, including maybe even the treasury, I don't remember when this became autonomous. We did get Zenobia. She's already a rising star. So one thing we want to do with her is pop her somewhere else. Because let's see what she does in the capital. Look at this output in the capital. It's insane. 5 civics, 3 training. So we definitely would trade off the intelligence, but you pop her down here, right? And she still does 3 growth, 4 training down here. 4 training down here. So a tip for Zenobia, when she shows up, absolutely give her control of the city. She's a fantastic governor. In my opinion anyway, always say yes. However, once she does show up, don't leave her in the city. Move her somewhere else. Move her somewhere else better. She also, if you feel like doing it and you have spoked wheel, she also makes a really great chancellor, but I feel that's a bit of a waste because she's a judge, and judges are just insane governors. All right, so we do have freedom and slavery unlocked. I'll be curious to make note of what Aran chooses there. And we're healing up again, which makes sense. We'll be able to kill this next turn. No big deal there. Building more slingers, building another settler for that spot. Love to see it. Building a farmer. Really like this. Get this early growth up and running. Building these mines, which is nice. Also building another slinger. So we're already, we have our first military unit being built in Egypt. And the only build queue, the military build queue being built in Egypt. As a comparison, for Persia, Persia's already built 2 military units and has 2 on the way. So that will be a massive military distance early on, which of course, it's hard to leverage in a map like this because of all these choke points and the distance between players. But think about it long term is that, 50 turns from now when these players are fighting, if Aran has an army that's 25 units strong to Egypt's 12 units strong, that could still be a problem for Egypt, even if Egypt has stronger, more militarily advanced units. We've seen that in the tournament before. The more advanced nation can't keep up with the better economy and better military output from maybe a less advanced nation. So there are trade-offs you make in all things, and I would not begin to pretend I'm an expert on every decision that you should make. A lot of my commentary is rooted in perfect map knowledge and also game theory, right? Maybe do this, maybe do that. But these are just the things that I think about in the way that I look at the game. Whether it's 100%, the best possible thing to do or not. I wouldn't make the claim that it is. It's just the things I concern myself with when conceptualizing the map I'm looking at and my opponents and what's going on. Do like to see this early chopping, though. This is a good use of kind of keeping your economy up high. You are going to need that wood, of course, build more farms and stuff. This is one of the reasons why, by the way, speaking this gold deficit, my favorite family in the game, landowners, you wouldn't be having this problem right now if you had landowners here already. Because you'd have a bunch of farms, and they'd be making you gold, and everything's fantastic because landowners is the best family in the game. And that, just to be very clear, is 100% a statement of personal preference. I don't know that it's actually the best family in the game, but it's personally my favorite. I think it's fantastic and wildly, wildly underrated. Right, back to Persia. Let's see what we're doing. I really will be curious to see what family Egypt does bring in, and I suspect they're going to cut out landowners, which is just silly to me. Why would you cut out the greatest family ever invented? Of course, watch. In my first tournament match, I probably won't even pick a nation that has landowners, so how about that? Alright, gonna make our way towards the woods. We're backing off from clearing out into the wilderness. Okay? Makes sense to kind of secure your back line. I mean, you have a camp back here anyway. Does he have sight on this region down here? Oh, actually, yeah. So he didn't know until this wandered out into the open. He didn't know there was a camp here, and he probably doesn't yet know there's a camp here. So this is actually a nice reverse course, kind of discovering a camp right here and realizing, okay, I'm not going to head out into the wilderness and get stuck dealing with raids from behind my cities the whole time. So it'd be interesting to see if he gets sight on one of these units and realize that he still has some work to do back here. And let's check north. I don't think, yeah, there's no camp up north. So for the most part, yeah, these are the last 2 camps he needs to secure on his back line, and then he can move forward out into the world. I suspect Egypt will do the same since they can see this camp. Why is that? Did they choose? Interesting. Oh, it's the scout. The scout standing right there. That's why. That's a Persian scout, though. I keep mixing up the scouts for some reason. All right, well, back to Egypt. Warrior coming out. This one can heal up, so we will begin to make progress. I think he could clear this with 2 warriors, especially since it's all surrounded by woods, and most of these do ranged attacks, so let's see how much damage they would do. I can't grab them when they're in the fog. That's so annoying. As a spectator, that's really annoying. But yeah, I think they'd only do about 2 damage, 2 damage. So I think 2 warriors can clear this camp. But still, there's some pacing issues there. Going with Rancher, so we'll secure Judaism, which is a nice reaction, a decent enough reaction to Persia, especially if you're planning on bringing in clerics. Persia's early Zoro grab. And let's take a look. Oh, right. I meant to look at order graph already, even though Persia's obviously going to be doing Persia stuff. But yeah, so it's about 17 to 12, about a 5 order difference, which is one of the reasons why this early navigation grab that we got on Egypt is going to come in clutch. We just need the civics to adopt the law. And so this is what becomes interesting when your science rate is so high, right? Yes, we have 41 science per turn when we've had 40 science since like turn 12. Like this early opening 3 sages thing really set us up with a bedrock of science income. However, we don't have any civics to adopt any of this stuff. So this raises a more interesting question each time you get all this tech, because what law do you pick first in this situation? I'm inclined to say serfdom, but freedom first is still good. Slavery, as we expand, is good. If we get centralization, that's good. Epics could become in handy. No real major networks for exploration to become in handy, but it could become in handy for scouting out the ocean. So lots of interesting choices when your science rate is kind of eclipsing your ability to develop yourself, progress. We have another rancher coming in. We have a rancher coming in Persia, so there might be some competition for Judaism, but I don't think we're building a festival here. Oh, he wants growth. That makes sense. So 2-turn festival will get him a citizen. His citizen's coming in 4 turns, and I suspect, given that he's making this decision, I suspect he does want to put a rancher here. That makes sense. One more turn on a slinger coming out here. And he'll, with his general and his promotions, he'll be able to make quick work of this camp, I think, with the 2 slingers. Although the woods will be annoying to kill stuff in. And he's already cleared this camp up here. And he's healing up with another slinger on the way. Here it is. I knew he'd build another slinger. Cool. So the Persian economy is going along pretty smoothly. Everything's in the positive. High gold income. That's to be expected from a builder. They start with 3 discipline, and we now have acquired loyal. So his income from just his ruler is quite high. And then we have decent positive resource incomes all across the play. We're building a mine here. So it's like Aran is keeping his mind focused on expanding his economy. If we hop back over to Egypt, our resources are positive, but our gold is an issue, slight issue. And we don't have as much resource. So like Aran is making 37 food. We're only making 12 in Egypt. And only slight edge on iron and stone. Really, really will be here. We're building see, this is the mistake too, right? So this is the other thing I want to talk about in terms of build queue management, right? We're building a treasury, and we're doing this one on purpose, so I'm still going to grump about that. But okay. So this is the concern I have with this build queue building a worker. We played very greedy, right? We settled 3 sages. We built a bunch of workers, a bunch of settlers. We're building specialists. Fine. Let's call that fine. Let's say we're just doing a greed-heavy, science-based opener, really leveraging this strength. But now we brought in this military family. We built 1 warrior. Also great. This build queue, considering the greed of the last 3 cities we've built, should be building another warrior. It should just go warrior, warrior. Don't worry about a worker now. You can use off-type family workers if you have to. In the time it will take to build this worker, this iron mine would be finished. And realistically, that's the only real thing you need in this city right now. Just the iron mine. You can worry about other stuff later. So, yeah, I would like to be seeing more warriors coming out of here because our Persia is showing stronger. So even though they're primitive, that's good for us. this isn't a threat assessment. This isn't saying that Persia can come kill us right now, but what this does tell me from my position in the map, seeing what I can see, right? I know that Persia's going to be clearing faster than I am because they're stronger than me. So I'm sitting here licking my wounds, getting my general, getting ready to go to a camp where I can deduce, right, or intuit that a stronger Persia is probably having no trouble clearing. And we as the observer can see that because they're already 2 turns from settling, well, call it 3 because of the distance, but they're already 3 turns from settling their next site, while making their way towards the camp that we ourselves are already getting prepped. If we're Egypt, that we're already getting prepped to clear. So that's the thing that you want to think about. And then if the reverse is also true for Persia. You know, we have our scout here anyway, so we can see this, but this is even a better way. We don't even have to intuit. We can see that the Egyptian army has just been standing here, that they're making no progress clearing. We have our scout up north as well. So Aran knows that this clear momentum is on his side. He might be, you know, a little worried about having an erudite Egyptian opponent already. That's certainly scary, but there are so many different things going on in the map and how to structure your empire and play the game long term that I worry about clear speed. But it might not become a factor. This could be an effective strategy for Sabertooth. So I'm not saying, don't take my criticism to suggest that, oh, he's putting himself in a losing position. These are just the things I worry about. And now, this is the other problem. Oh, right, because this is the Persian scout. So this is the problem. He actually has the same issue that Persia had on the other side of the map. Sabertooth doesn't know that there's a raid back here. Has he met the Scythians? He does. Yeah. So he's going to find out that there are camps down here by both of these camps raiding him, which is just going to be dreadful to deal with because he's going out into the center of the map. So this is, in my opinion, even better for Aran because Aran's going to secure this backline quicker. Oh, and we got the pyramids. Whoa, that's great. Aran building the pyramids on the map in a game against Persia. So now we have that dichotomy, right? Where, yeah, Egypt will probably get all 7 law texts way faster than Persia will. But Persia could end up in a position where they're able to adopt all the laws quicker. And this is in a military city, so we talk about that culture concern. This is going to put 4 culture in the city, which will get this city, with no other improvements, it will get this developed at least in 25 turns once this is finished. So it'll take quite a while, but if you can get a luxury or do some harvesting, I always like to keep an eye out for nearby resources. And when we are Persia, just harvest this 4 times. You know, both of these really, although this would probably go north. Where else? Honey, here we go. Get a worker or a scout to ping pong between these 2 resources a couple of times, and this will be developed in like 10 turns. You have, oh, wow, you have salt out here too? Yeah, man, this is the type of stuff that I keep an eye out on for. This is a military city. I'm going to want to get it developed for my unique unit, right? Just 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 60 culture for this city. It will be developed in no time. Harvesting is such a powerful ability. Very easy to overlook. Same thing up here. We have a good culture rate. Will be culture developed in 14 turns. But if you're ever in a rush, keep an eye out for honey. You know, you could just scoot this worker up here and harvest this. Or my other favorite trick, build a shrine on top of one of the honeys. It gives you an immediate 50 culture boost in the city. So if this shrine were built here, this city would already be just about developed. That's another fun trick. We call that bulldozing resources. It does remove the resource permanently, so it's not always the correct decision, and the only resource you might normally want to do that with is a culture resource, but it's a strategy you can employ. Let's take a look at these laws. So we have adopted freedom. Love to see this. My boy Aran is deciding early growth is where I want to be, although I will say less of a priority if you're running a builder. Because you already have half-price workers, so this is really only going to speed up your settlers, which is still important. But if you are running a builder, you can actually comfortably decide to run slavery early without taking as much as a hit here. So still love this as an opening first law, but builders can definitely get away with going straight into slavery for sure. And we're getting aristocracy next. 40 civics per turn on Persia. And 46 science. So we're going to hit the 50 science mark right around turn 30-ish, which is a great benchmark. We're getting our farms online around the Jerwan, which is nice. That's going to be more, yeah, so we'll pretty much be around 50 science once this is all set and done, so in about 3 turns. My absolute minimum benchmarks for science rates in this game, personally, is try to have your science be at least equal to the turn that you are on. So you want 30 science on turn 30, 50 science on turn 50, but that's a bare minimum. If you can double that, then you're just doing great. But again, as with all things, there are trade-offs to every decision you make, and I think Egypt's expansion pace could prove problematic. But they will be getting a new city soon, so that's nice. Hopping back over to Persia, we have our aristocracy unlocked. We have stone boost in the hand, or we could go to spoked wheel. Really hard to pass up stone boost, though. It's a very solid early grab. And what would this do? We have a large draw pile. Looks like we have navigation set up. So it doesn't really seem like we have strong eyes on composite or spoked for this match. A little bit disappointment. I think an early chariot beeline on a tiny map works out. It's not about attacking your opponents. Riders. Cool. We're making a note here. Not about attacking your opponents with the chariots. It's about clearing as fast as possible. And when you have more terrain, especially now that Persia knows this is all open terrain, boy, you would be able to clear so quickly with a couple of chariots. Just a few of them would put in some serious work against tribes. I basically like to pretend the husbandry nations who start with husbandry and can just dip into spoked wheel. I like to pretend if I grab spoke wheel early enough, then I'm effectively just became a champion nation. You don't have that same production, but you definitely ramp up your clear ability. We are building a second rancher here. We already have the first one, correct? This will be done in 2 turns. This is what we've done in 4 turns. Let's take a comparison over Egypt. 3 turns on this one, and I think we already have one. All right, so Egypt will secure by 1 turn. Wow. By exactly 1 turn, they will secure Judaism. But that is the merit of running a festival just for growth, right? Because remember, that citizen, the citizen he's using to spend this, would have actually taken 2 extra turns to grow if not for building that festival. So that can be one of the reasons if you're really trying to hit a target but your growth is lacking to run a festival. Festivals are more about growth than the happiness. All right, what else is going on here? We're moving up. We'll be able to settle this with a force march next turn, assuming we will do that. I'm not sure what he'll put there. I suspect probably another statesman. Good growth. That's always a nice spot. Statesman, we get a promotion. What do we have? All right, ranger. Okay, there's some woods around, but mostly open plains up here, so I don't really like that too much on that one unit, but whatever. Nice. All right, back to Sabertooth, and we'll be getting aristocracy. So we will have, and this is kind of what I'm talking about, right? We'll have all 4 laws unlocked by turn 30. Fantastic. But not a single of those laws will be adopted, right? So, of course, now you can just high fixate and worry about civics, but how many turns is it going to get you to get all 4 laws and then build your garrison and stronghold? You know? So, it's a weird dynamic to get all things that you need for a unique unit. You need the technologies, you need the laws, you need the culture in the city to build the stronghold, or citadel if you're doing 7. And all of the timing of those things you need to line up to... so getting your culture fast enough doesn't mean anything if you don't have the technologies. Getting the technologies fast enough doesn't mean anything if you can't get the civics. So you need to combine all 3 things to align fast enough and at the same time. Really tricky to pull off, but doable. That's one of the reasons why I like a judge. A judge can just spam hold court. A judge has the opposite problem of a scholar. Judges can just spam hold court, get all the civics that they need, and adopt all the laws. They're just slower in tech pace. I wouldn't be surprised if a judge is actually faster to hit their law threshold. And then they'll be able to upgrade the garrison, so they are faster to hit the law threshold than a scholar likely is. Alright, I am going to put the camera somewhere, probably up here, and I'm just going to take 1 second to fill up my cup of water. When I went down after an hour. Right, we are back. Looks like we have a border boost queued up. Let's see if I can take a quick peek around to see the extent of that and get some decent tiles around here. Good around the volcano. We'll connect this, which is nice. And we have some progress clearing. So this is the other thing to think about in terms of the military development of Aran compared to Egypt. Aran is actually now in a position where he can clear in 2 directions of the map at the same time. And this can be difficult to do, right? So he's clearing in the north and he's clearing in the south because he took that time to invest himself militarily. It'd be really cool to see where this game goes long term and to see if Sabertooth can materialize that scientific advantage and, you know, end up pushing Persia back later in the game. But, you know, Persia's making good progress claiming a lot of the map now. Really nice site here with all these fish, too, by the way. And I like this, too. This is something that I really like. I like how this site is marked for riders because what is also going on right now, we have a worker finishing in 1 turn. We don't have a settler, though. But once this settler is built and it's sent here, both workers can hop from this city and go directly over here. We also have an off-type worker in the region. Not sure what it's going to end up doing, but I do appreciate it. That's cool. All right, hopping back over to Egypt, seeing what's going up in the Egypt neck of the woods. They have cleared this site. Oh, and we've taken a hit against the Persian scout. So settling the site has revealed the Persian scout. So it still works like that despite the change. Apparently the border expanding reveals you immediately, which personally I like. Because that's cool, I guess. I just think it's nice. Nice little bit of conflict. Getting him back for hitting the scout earlier. And yes, so this puts us now 4 cities to 5. Egypt actually has settled this city 1 turn sooner than the Persian 5th city. That's interesting to see. Kind of caught up in that momentum there. It's really good for Sabertooth, to be honest. Going for a worker first here as well. And he did bring in clerics. So we have divine rule as the first law, and we have 5 laws accessible now. And I wouldn't be surprised. Yep. Yeah, sovereignty and monasticism will be 7 laws, and you're good to go at that point. We're pretty... would be about 10... We're technically speaking about 20-ish turns away from the potential to have all 7 laws unlocked. And then at that point, you just need the civics, and more importantly, the culture. Because we're only hitting develop in the capital now. So that it will be important to keep an eye on that timing, right? Again, getting all 7 laws isn't the only piece of the puzzle. So, the next turn, we have Aran settling his 5th city, very likely. Clearing out this site, so he still has that clearing momentum, but no settler in tow ready to go, I don't believe. Oh, yeah, no. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if he got the estate. I don't think he did. No. Yeah. Estates can be worth it as long as they're land in the right city from that event. And that the city that it targeted with Anshan, this capital, and this rider seat, and you don't want to do that. We're building a barracks. We definitely don't want an estate. And we're building another barracks, which is nice to see. Definitely don't want an estate in a city that we're planning to be a military city. And what are we going to bring in here? Statesmen? Yes, we are. Statesmen indeed. And this reveals this site. So there's going to be a pretty yucky raid profile from this region. 3 decently sized camps. All... Well, actually, no. Only one of them is ready to raid. And I can intuit that because when it says here, next unit, and the timer's paused, that means the camp is, you know, quote-unquote full of units, if you want to call it that. And that means at any point, this unit could raid. So over here, for example, we say next unit 8 years. These guys are less likely, or I don't even think it's possible, to be honest, that they can raid because the camp isn't full yet. So that's another mechanic about tribal stuff, if you're unfamiliar with it. All right, stacking workers. Oh, that's why the workers came down. That makes sense. Stack on the pyramids to get it done now, to get it finished. Good old-fashioned use of that mechanic. There's 3 workers on the tile. And we just need to see another settler coming online. We're getting an officer in the capital. I don't hate that, but the capital is usually a good source of growth. Would be a 6-turn settler there compared to popping out a settler out here, which would be 8 turns. But I guess this one would be closer, so you'd probably save more turns long-term by just building the settler here. All right. Sorry, I got distracted for a second. We have a spear. Suspect that came from an event because we don't have phalanx yet, so that's a nice opportunity there to show up early on in the game. Headed north to make quick work of the Scythians with this northern clearing crew. We have our first raid down here. Headed directly for Aran. And what else is raiding on the map? Let's check out the raid. We have another raid headed for Sabertooth. Raids begin on turn 30 on this setting. And that seems to be the only raids that have fired on the map so far. So there'll be a little bit of pressure down here on Egypt. And navigation being grabbed by Persia. So that'll be good for him. It's now turn 31. Yep, and honestly, I would probably just force march this all the way up here. You get really close so I can start clearing again next turn. We'll see if he chooses to do that. I really would love to see that. We don't have a lot of units we can move this turn. We have plenty of orders. And he went for a promotion instead. I mean, he still could have promoted it, but I would have forced marched further. We have decent training. No reason not to just charge your units to where they need to be. Move up here this turn with a force march, and then you'd be in range to start decimating these camps next turn. But he's going in anyway with these units, so that, you know, he had enough units to do the job on their own. In fact, yeah, no, because they don't have enough clear time on their own. You could probably clear this whole camp next turn if the spear were close enough. I think it would be in force march range next turn, so we could just force march next turn. And fighting down in the Mediterranean Sea. One more turn on the pyramid. 32 science, so let's do a science check here. So, see, this is where my concern is. Don't forget that the builder is also intelligent, right? So while you get that early momentum boost off of the scholar and sages, you know, double stacking that inherent boost, the builder's also intelligent, so the more that Persia expands than Egypt, the better benefit they'll get from that intelligent payoff. And that's another reason why those kind of military units matter. So now the science lead, which is still sizable, is 56 to 32. So still nearly double. Take a look at that graph there. Actually just jumped up again in the last turn. But a second ago it was, you know, Persia's climbing gradually while there's a consistent plateau here for Egypt. Something to think about long term. Let's take a look at Egypt now. Dealing with these units down here, they can see the raid coming out with a worker, farmer. It looks like they got border boost. Yep, looks like they got border boost. They don't have. They're still waiting on their official first adopted law. Oh yeah, they're getting this this science spike from these two improvements came online. That was another 4 science for this city. Zenobia is still in the city, boosting it by 5 science. But you could do your patriarch here and then move her somewhere else. Oh, this is a good governor, though. 4.2 training. Not bad there. Order's different. Still favors Persia. Not by much, but it looks. I suspect they'll both adopt. Amusingly enough, I suspect they'll both adopt serfdom at relatively the same time, because there's 5 turns left on Persia, and 3 turns until they can until Egypt can actually adopt a law with their civics. So yeah, they might end up having serfdom on a similar time frame. I still can't force march now, yeah. So he could choose to force march in and he'd start doing damage to these, but I suspect he's just going to take his time. There are no settlers immediately coming out, so I guess he's not in a rush. There's one down here. Oh, so this is really nice. By opening up with 2 growth sources, he now has 4 turn settlers, so I like this efficiency down here. He identified the wheat and the pasture, went for the growth, and now he has 4 turn settlers for a little while. And that one city can serve the purpose of expanding down into this region. Nice to see. The Jurwan on the other side of the map will also put in work with its growth as well. It's in the same location, and you'll have a similar result there where that southern city will create a decent tempo of settler expansion. Let's see what traits. We got righteous on the scholar and blessed, so that's really nice to see. Blessed helps the ruler stay around for a while due to luck. I don't know if that's 100% true, but I know there is at least one event that can save you from being doomed if you're blessed. And then, of course, righteous is really nice. That's going to help make up for the discontent issue that we started out with And that will dampen that a little bit, so that's nice to see. I head back over to the Egyptians. Let's look at the scouting potential of this map. Still completely blind in the north. I hate this. Where's our second scout? One down here, and this one's just chilling up here. So he still needs to make his way north with that scout. It's kind of a priority here, because, you know, if you were dealing with a champ nation, so we're not, right? But it's entirely possible on a map like this where your opponent could literally be clearing these sites and settling these sites right now. So scouting is so important. You need to have that information. It's less likely since Egypt can see the borders down here. So it's kind of harder to go in both directions. But Aran is pulling it off a little bit, right? He's in the plane now. He's clearing this site. But just give him about 10 or so more turns, and he could just make his way across the plain. And the longer Egypt remains blind to that, the more of an issue that could become. Political situation in Egypt has stabilized greatly, thanks in part to the religion. But now everybody... Oh, they're both intelligent scholars. How lucky is that? That's fantastic. So that will contribute a lot. But yeah, we have solid opinion across the Sage family. Never had to deal with rebels from that 3 family settling. So this kind of comes back to what I was saying, where this strategy is totally viable. There are some things to worry about and some things to keep in mind, for sure. But, you know, if you want to just settle your first 3 families as one family because you have a strategy in mind, that works. Landowners is another family that I will do this with. I'll settle the first 3 families as landowners because the economic boost of that is just crazy. You get super fast workers, super fast settlers, and then all the workers can go in between your territories and improve all the tiles, super easy. It's just really nice. I like to settle not at least all the time, but I do like to settle the first 2 cities as landowners if I do a landowner start sometimes. But still tricky in multiplayer, specifically because you do want you do want to think about early military. All right, we're fresh clearing this tribe. Classic. There's about 3 or 4 events for tribe clearing that will give you a military unit. I believe all of them give you warriors. And so this is a really nice grab for Persia, and another example why clear tempo matters, because an event like this, right, or maybe an event that gives you a free science boost or a courtier, like all these nice power, every time you clear a tribal camp, not a barbarian camp, but a tribal camp, you get a special event, right? So what it means is the faster you do this stuff, the faster you get these good boosts. So the faster you get like an extra warrior, well, what is that going to do? That's just going to expand your clear potential. So this is one of the reasons why I personally really prioritize clear potential early on, because it's also lets you roll the dice on more events. Like, you know, lets you draw another card, as it were, if you want to look at it from like a board game perspective. You know, you get the potential of increasing that momentum. And yes, the order difference is quite nice between both opponents. Persia does what Persia does and gets more orders. And of course, let's not forget, even the pyramids is an extra order per turn. So even securing this. And we're going to another barracks. I love this. I love this heavy barracks development across our empire. Also improving this iron online quickly too. Nice to see that we actually have both iron improved already. Let's do a comparison there over for Egypt and see where we're at. Even though we built a worker, we're doing eco-development mindset here. I do like the idea of the culture here because, you know, we want the culture in a military seat in order to get our unique unit online. We're likely going to import horses here. But still the same issue. We're not building military units, and this iron is improved. So as I suggested before, even using an off-type family worker, both of these irons would have been improved by now, and you could just be spamming more warriors out. So a little bit of a precarious position, I think, for Egypt. I think Sabertooth is really relying on the time length of the map size. I think he's really thinking, I have 70 turns, to get 7 laws online, to crap out a bunch of mounted lancers, and then go punish Aran. So I'm really, really curious to see how Aran will react and respond to that kind of greedy setup that Egypt is employing to try and get a longer-term advantage. I do think Persia's overall structure here is looking quite nice. We have good clear. We have nice growth here coming on the side. Let's do growth. Oh, actually, here's the really bummer thing. The city, this one city that would be really good for our growth, 4-turn settled city, it's autonomous. So we're going to have to get control of this back because of Zenobia. I'm still in favor of grabbing her whenever she shows up, but you need to have a plan to get this back. Which, to the point of military units, one of the big ways to get this back is an event that will pop up that will generate 3 or 4 rebels in the city, but it gives you the control back immediately. So, I mean, shit. Have a couple more military units and station them near your autonomous city so you can get it back. That gets you the best of both worlds. Zenobia and your build queue back. Alright. Although I suppose the saving grace of this is that it is a high-growth city, and autonomous rule does give you 1 science per population, which does synergize with the whole sages double stuff. So, yeah. I mean, that's not a bad place to have autonomous rule either. But, I mean, you do want more settlers. So, trades in both directions. We can get centralization now. I suspect... I'll be curious. I mean, if we're Persia, we don't really need to wait and adopt navigation right away. We have 50 civics per turn. We'll be able to get that anyway. So, yeah. No reason not to grab centralization here. Or vassalage if we're worried, but our economy's fine. So, centralization is the clear grab here. And time to come deal with these horses. We did go for Eagle Eye, which is still a decent grab. Opens up Marksman, which is just going to be lovely to get long term. Cleared out this site on the north as well. And we should, with this spear, be able to make very, very short work. Yeah. This site will be cleared next turn. So this is this clearing momentum that I'm talking about, especially with the spear up here and the extra bonus warrior that just came. This whole plane is going to go to Persia, and there's not a goddamn thing Egypt can do about it. And why is that? Because Egypt has not spent any time building military units, and the few military units that they have built, let's take another stat check at that. Military unit produced 1 in 34 turns. 1 military unit, right? And so where are the military units? The 2 military units that Egypt had are down south. So one of the problems that he could face, especially if Persia becomes aware of the situation, Persia is going to zoom across this map, clearing this stuff, potentially settle all of this, and then there's going to be a border and an army on the other side of this mountain. Really tricky spot to be in. Egypt, I think, really relying... I have said before that my personal taste, I think the Mounted Lancer is one of the strongest unique units in the game, and specifically because of its mobility. It can move around the map, it can get anywhere quickly, but these choke points will prove an issue as you know, the Lancers try to break in here, get a couple spears in these mountains. That'll prove an issue. And then the other thing is you just need to be able to get it fast enough. And so if your opponent has a massive army by the time you just get 4 Mounted Lancers, it's like, wow, you know, they're great, but they're not that great. So you're still going to need numbers. All right, back over to Persia for now. 3 turns on navigation. We didn't adopt centralization, which I find interesting, because I wonder, sometimes, this happens to me, sometimes I build the pyramids and then I forget I have the discount, so in a situation like this, I'm like, oh, I'm going to save my civics until I get navigation, and then I get navigation, right? And then I adopt serfdom, and I realize, oh shit, I still have civics left, so then I adopt both laws at the same time, because I forgot about the pyramids, which is kind of funny to me. This map is a little bit tricky to keep track of where the action is happening, especially in Persia's case, because there's he's working on 2 different sides of the map. We're doing for a heal here, I really hope he realizes that with this commander, yep, that's that. So come down here. Yep, and that should be a full clear. Bam! Look at this. Amazing clear potential. You're just going to go, you have more Scythians on the other side. And let's not forget, Aran knows, Aran has all of this scouted. So he's just going to go boom, 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 and say hello to Egypt. We need more. We have a settler coming out. We have a settler coming out. He knows he has this tempo. He did grab freedom. That shaves 1 turn off of your settlers, right? So he's in full expansion mode. Another settler down here, which can take this site. There's clear map momentum headed into Aran's direction here. Which, again, it doesn't necessarily mean, the game's going in either player's direction so far. The mounted lancer play, the deep dive, the science boost can pay off. The other thing that we are at in our tech path, right? We're very, very close to machinery. So if Egypt gets a bunch of onagers up in these hills, well then, Persia's going to take quite some time getting into Egypt. So, definitely not suggesting that either player is getting a definitive edge with their strategies here, but they are very different strategies. Egypt is playing quite greed heavy, building another settler here when we are not in a position to clear camps. So his pacing around that is not really lined up that nicely, I don't think. We're getting a raid from south. We can see this, so we know a camp is here. But again, we just have 2 units. We don't have enough units for clearing. That's the problem. We're finally scouting in the north, though. That's nice to see from Egypt. Take one quick peek back at Persia while his turn comes to a close here. Going a minor now, really ramping up on making sure that we can get fast training production. Cool. Cool. Really nice to see. And Egypt is dealing with raiders and these horses. Both scouts are invisible, but within range of each other, kind of secretly waving through the woods. We got serfdom first. We have our 6, 2, 4, 6. Yep, we're 1 more law away from 7. We'll get 2 more laws after this civics boost adopts. So I suspect we'll probably see something like tyranny as slavery or centralization or slavery. Very likely would be my guess. Don't really need freedom in this situation because we're decently expanded. I mean, freedom does help expand further, but I mean, we can do quick settlers from the capital, so I'll be curious to see what he chooses. And we're headed out scouting this region. Where is the Persian scout up here? He's around here somewhere, isn't he? Oh, he's in the center. All right. We have now 70 science in Egypt, though, so the science difference is quite wide. It's been what is it? I keep hitting the wrong button. It's been quite wide for a while here. And this was a nice jump. But again, a gradual rise from Persia. So we'll look at total science. We have 1,400 science invested into the tech tree so far compared to 800. So then nearly double. But Persia is rising nicely. And every city they expand will get them more science while that intelligent builder is on the throne. Let's do an air check at this point. In Egypt, we have a 14-year-old witty philosophy student with pretty good stats, getting double tutored, taking advantage of that scholar ability. 14 years old. I suspect that will make a really nice ruler, regardless what it lands. I would not be surprised if he opts to do double scholar, or a judge could be a good grab as well. Do they have judge? Yep. A judge or builder would both be good grabs, or of course the zealot is always fantastic. Over in Persia, cleared up this last camp. We have the settler coming over, and we'll do an air check over here. We have an adult heir already, an educated judge, decent. That's going to help us get more civics, and it's going to help us match that law timing. This is 16 turns away from being developing. Again, I really want to see some harvesting down here up that time frame. And then once the judge takes over, we'll be able to upgrade garrisons into strongholds pretty quickly and start pumping out unique units. We will be at developing here in just 3 turns. We have 1 law that we can adopt. Still not paying attention. So yeah, I feel like he forgot about the pyramids. It's totally a thing that can happen. He's probably thinking, I need to save my 400 civics for serfdom, but you really don't. That's kind of funny. Because I do that. I do that all the time. Yes, I agree. I think Egypt at this point probably would benefit more from tyranny, given the fact that the big gap that they need to currently fill in their gameplay is a warrior. Thank God. Yeah, they're building military units. So tyranny will shave at least a turn off of your military units. Kind of same principle applies. Obviously, it depends on how much training is in the city, too. It's not always a turn. Some cities are unaffected. But for cities with no training development, you'll go from an 8-turn unit to a 7-turn unit pretty easily. Often you'll go from a 6-turn unit to a 5-turn unit as well. So tyranny would make sense for Egypt. So once we pass over to them, how many settlers are we building? We're building 1, 2, building our 2nd officer, which is nice. That's going to get us 2-turn slingers and warriors. All right, 3 turns. You only need 20 training for a consistent 3-turn slinger or warrior. And we'll have similar training here as well. So we're going to have 2 training powerhouses. Yeah, there's going to be so much production on Aran's side of the map. Egypt is going to need a lot of units, because even 8 strength superiority won't matter if you're taking 6 units and you're fighting 20 units. All right, let's see what they choose for these laws here. We have 2 choices we can make. I think tyranny would be a good grab, and I think slavery would be a good grab. Centralization as another potential pick, but honestly, with our science, that's the other thing. We don't really need the science from this right now. So really just slavery or tyranny would be my picks. All right, clearing up these units. Making quick work of that. How much time can we clear these camps? Yeah, look at this. We do 10 damage with 2 units. So we could clear a camp in 1 turn. We're running out of time, though. 9 turns until he's upgraded again. That's the other concern. That same clock that I was talking about earlier. This outpost will upgrade, and then just let's not forget, an outpost... Oh, I guess the mounted units don't benefit from the defense. That's a thing. But still, the strength of the unit will increase. Autonomous city doing autonomous city stuff. We did get Judaism, by the way. There was an update on that. I never specifically called it out. And hey, Zenobia actually became the head of the religion, so that's cool. We could influence her and get more opinion there. I really don't like that she's still in this city. She's such a good person. She could be anywhere else doing lots of growth stuff. And also, you can't rush since the city is automated. So one of the benefits of having a judge is that they can rush. She's providing 8 culture to the city, which is nice, but you could put her down here and provide 1 to this city, which isn't as much, but you're trying to get your military city to developing, right? Or up here, she would provide 3 culture. So that's something to think about. I really like moving her around. Phalanx in 2 turns on Egypt. Let's take a quick look at the tech graph. So we had, oh wow, we had machinery in the deck. Opting for Phalanx. I don't really like that because especially the goods boost would be really useful since our science rate is high. It also gets us closer to hydraulics, which would also be a really nice beeline too. Composite bow as well would be useful. Not really feeling the Phalanx grab here. All right, hopping back over to Persia. We have colonies on Persia. All right. So let's consider what we can do with that. We could collapse this. And I guess that doesn't really do much. We don't have any way to buy tiles across the ocean yet, but a scout with exploration could buy up the coast. That could be potentially fun. So we opt, and I like this grab for Persia just because they don't need the orders right now. You can always hop into serfdom later if you ever need the orders. But they're making 29 orders per turn because Persia is gross. So colonies is going to be the grab. And let's go back to Egypt and see what they grabbed. Serfdom, yes, okay. No, wait. They grabbed slavery and centralization. All right, centralization I think is a misplay. I mean, more science is more science, but you really don't need 4 more science when you're making 68 science per turn. I think tyranny would have been helpful to speed up your military units that you should be building. All right, Persia. Back to Persia. Okay. Settled riders, as we said we were going to do, we can connect these borders with... We're making great income, so a builder grabbing colonies does make sense. We have another raid. And we're just zooming across the plain. Where's the Egyptian scout? Oh, the Egyptian scout's not even going to see this. They're too far north for now. And we have actually bought... Oh, this must have been a border boost, maybe? Or did we buy tiles already? I'm not sure. Cool. Really, really feeling Aran's setup here. Definitely seems like a strong player. Both players, again, won their first match, so both players have a handle on the game. Sabertooth has been doing lots of practice sessions and theory crafting, picking people's brains about strategies and, you know, how to play the format. And Aran just seemed to have come out of nowhere and is a really strong player. So, really nice to have these players in the tournament. And, yeah. It's just such a fun experience watching players play this game. I think I have as much fun watching this game be played as much as I do playing it myself. Settler coming out on Egypt. Warrior 6 turns away. So, let me double check this. This can't be real. Oh my god. It will be turn 43 when Egypt has its second military unit built. I don't care how large this map is. That is a game-losing position to be in. Again, I'm not suggesting that Sabertooth is going to lose the game. But imagine if this northern force isn't camping on these sites, and you're Persia, you have all the orders in the world, right? Imagine if this force just keeps going straight and shows up on this border in 6 turns when you have 1 warrior. In 6 turns, right? It could cross this in 6 turns, why not? Maybe 8 or 10. So, what are you going to do? I'm not saying that this is going to happen. I don't know if Aran would do this. But what are you going to do if in 50 turns, someone shows up on your border with half a dozen units and you just have 1 warrior? I just don't understand there. This is so greed. This is such a greedy format. And I understand with the mountains, right? With this mountain pass and these single tile things, like it's easy to think, oh, I'm safe, I have time. But do you? Do you have that much time? Do you have 50 turns to just develop yourself? Really, really difficult to answer the question. We have seen tournaments like this before, matches in the tournament like this before, where players are greedy and they don't get punished for it. All I'm saying, I have a bird's eye view of this, right? I can see both sides of the map. I'm just saying, in theory, it's very, very easy to punish Egypt if you're aware of what they're working with. And Aran has decent enough scouting where he might be able to intuit that Egypt's just hanging around with like 3 or 4 units. And if he does, well, that's just going to be a massive, massive problem for Sabertooth. And I don't think he'll be able to react in time, because the time that you want to be building units is not when an army is on your border. You want to have an army already when an army is set to start invading you. Really, really difficult position to be in. Really difficult position to be in for Sabertooth, and yet I don't believe he is aware of it yet. We have another 2-turn settler coming out. Well, it probably was 3 or 4. And then it will be 5 turns afterwards, so really good settler progress down here. 2 more coming out in another 3 turns. So these will get settled within 3 or 4 turns. Nice to see. Polis, what are our options here? Well, I can just look here. We have Polis still avoiding spoked wheel. I guess we're kind of getting past the point of actually needing it too much, because we're running out of tribal camps to clear. So then it becomes, well, do I need chariots against an opponent who might have spears? And the answer to that can be up in the air. Love to see this clear chopping by Persia. We have great orders potential. No reason to just clear a crap load of woods. By the end of the game, I'd like to see this whole forest clear, this forest clear, the majority of this forest clear. No reason not to. Just burn a bunch of orders every turn, 4 or 5 orders every turn, or I think it's, what is it? Be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it would be 6 orders per turn. Yeah. Burn 6 orders per turn, get a shitload of wood. No reason not to. Plenty of wood to chop here. And then you can just put your lumber mills, if they show up in the game, along the river and use those for upkeep. You don't actually use it for income. You use the lumber mills for upkeep while you use the chopping, especially as Persia, to get a massive stockpile in the meantime. Making quick work of our tribal units out in the open. And yeah, he will be able to just clear this in 1 turn next turn if he even just goes around this unit. And Egypt has eyes. No, he doesn't. He's out in this here. He's seen this much of the map. This is it. So this is the stuff that I'm talking about, vision. Egypt doesn't know that there's a Persian army at its gates. So close. Look at this tile distance. I love watching these games so much. They're so fantastic to watch. It's like your scouts right here. You have vision. You're like, okay, the Scythians are in the north. All right, there's my barbarian camp. And as soon as he steps out, he's going to go, oh, hey, holy shit, it's Persia. Can't wait. Can't wait for that to happen. 6 orders left on Egypt's turn. Still hasn't moved that scout. Curious if that scout is even going to move yet. Coming down, dealing with this raid makes sense. Again, we still only have 2 units, so we have to deal with this as well. So we have 1 unit fielding, and we have another raid coming out here. So this is what I was saying about in terms of his backline problem. He's going to start dealing with this, and then 2 more raiders are going to show up, and he has 2 units in his whole empire. Greed, greed, greed. 6 orders left, not moving the scout yet. I'm just keep scrolling back to keep eyes on that. Getting a theater, thinking we're going to culture rush. You know, all right, cool. We're going to have a strong city. So we do have Lancer potential. 17 turns. We have Lancer potential. We need to get this off of automation, though, so we'll be able to rush Lancers out of there. Are there horses around? No, there aren't even horses around. So, doesn't matter. You would need to somehow get these horses in this city's border. All right. Okay, Egypt. Getting machinery. This is good. This is a good grab. That's going to be important. Because attacking into onagers is incredibly difficult. So even just a couple of onagers could make it really hard for this potential threat to really threaten Egypt. All right, we're out of orders, and we have not moved our northern scout. So Egypt remains blind. And this doesn't even make it to the land. So Aran will be able to clear this camp. And it's not until Aran makes progress to this camp or Egypt moves that Sabertooth will become aware of just how fast Aran is expanding across the map. What's the site count? It's 5 to 6, right? So this is the other thing that can be a little misleading. You can think, oh, I'm only 6 cities behind. But because of this clearing tempo and these settlers coming out right around the same time, this is going to go from 5 to 6. So your opponent's going to have 1 more city than you. It's going to jump to like 9 cities to 5. Because Egypt's clearing momentum is halted. They are not clearing another camp anytime soon. Look at this raid. They're not clearing another camp in the next 10 or even 20 turns, I don't think. Right? So Egypt has stalled at 5 cities. And in the next 10 to 20 turns, he's going to look across the map at that score, and he's going to see that Persia now had 8, 9, 10, 11 cities. And he's going to think, shit. But again, maybe the Mounted Lancer will save the day. I mean, I'd love to see it. I definitely think it's a fantastic unit. It will certainly be an interesting question to resolve. Like, can a wide... I wonder what this is all about. Can a wide empire... roads for connection, I suspect. Roads here, or maybe tile buying. Oh, tile buying to horses. I love it. Colony buying to horses. Get horses in this city. Get horses in this city. This one's an import. Let's look at any other locations. Really good planning, really good eyes from Aran here. Love this. All right, so this is it. It's like my objective, get this tile. This is the strategic implication of the colonies law here. Really important. Can sometimes be a little underrated, but it is a popular pick. But yeah, really lets you solve the problem of where you're going to get your unique unit if you're a nation that relies on horses. But yeah, this will be an interesting experiment. I think it'll be nice to see, answer that a little bit of that question of like, well, can that 8 strength unit timing really ruin the day of an opponent who just has a really strong setup, well-expanded empire? Colonies could also help movement all along the coast as he settle, as long as he gets these borders lined up. Even a high production city like this, connect this border. He is buying tiles. Connect this border, and you just be able to funnel with a road, build a road, funnel units right here, and then they'll just zip across this ocean. And then you're just going to have a contest of the might of an 8 strength unit army against the power of the production that is coming online with Persia. Because let's focus on another difference. Oh, we're going culture here again. Yeah, let's take a look at this. We have military drill grabbed on turn 27 for Egypt. And there isn't a single barracks even under construction in Egypt. Not a single barracks. Whereas if we pop on back over to Persia, we have, I think we already have a barracks or 2 in every single city except 1. So that's going to be an awful situation to deal with. That buildup, that training. You're going to get into a situation where your opponent from multiple different cities can bring out units every 2 or 3 turns. So if you're relying on rushing, even your 8 strength units, if you're relying primarily on rushing, because you're not going to be able to get an 8 strength unit out of the city anytime soon, without further development, then you're taxing your economy a tremendous amount, which basically creates a situation where you might be able to kill 4 units in a turn or 6 units in a turn, and maybe you're only losing 1 or 2 units of yourself, but the value of those kills will actually favor your opponent because Persia's just spitting out, 3 or 4 turn axes while you're spending 500 civics to spit out a mounted lancer. Really tricky situation. No movement on the scout in the north. Hope you will excuse my endless strategic rambling. Hopefully some players find it insightful. Of course, I am mostly, like I said, just theory crafting at this point. Finally getting an iron online here. So this is another difference of development I'd like to call attention to, if you'll excuse me. But we're building our first iron mine. It will be done in 4 turns. If we hop over to the other side of the map on Persia, we have both iron mines finished, although hilariously one of them just got pillaged. And both of them... Oh no, that was the one he was building the miner in. That sucks. Okay, so if you're doing that, put your unit on the tile. That way this doesn't happen. Someone actually complained about this recently. Personally, I love this. I think this is fantastic. But yeah, if you got to protect these high value tiles, especially when you're standing right here with units, right, and you know the raid's coming. Yeah, move over one tile and make sure you actually build that unit. I think he lost production on that that iron mine, and that really sucks. So I was gonna make a point about how his iron mine is already done, or the miner's already done, but apparently it's not. So that's nice. Yeah, and back in Egypt, just to backtrack real quick, still, this raid's gonna be a problem. I mean, he'll be able to take care of it, but both of these units are pinned in their spot. Would love to see some movement north. This should also get cleared. Yep, in one turn. And Egypt finally now has eyes on Persia. At least a little bit. Did they look down here? They still haven't seen the camp. So I don't think they've seen these units. I think he just went right across. So he sees one warrior. He's still blind, I think, to these three. That's amazing. That's amazing. I love that. Up over to Persia here. Settler, we're building another scout. Love to see that. Miner finishing up. Are we just doing... Oh, we got our iron. Yeah, so we did tile buying out to the iron. Really like to see. Tile buying out to the coast. Fantastic. Connecting that coast. Let's take a look here. This settler is now going to be able to come out here. Once you get some roads, you could even get all the way out here in your regular fatigue. But it's going to be able to here. And then look, it can just jump. Oh, this is so great. And then this will connect. And then he's going to colony buy along the coast. He'll only need to buy about to here. And then this will connect. And Aran is going to have a highway across the map. And the scout is dead out in the open. Egypt is officially blind in the north. We have first blood on the map from Persia to Egypt. That scout is down. Sabertooth knows and can suspect by intuiting the mirror map, right? Okay, maybe that means Persia has cleared this site. Fine, whatever. What he doesn't know is that there are 6 troops up here, fully capable of clearing the remainder of this section with a coastal highway fast in the making. Really exciting. That's great. Great thing for Aran that he was able to kill that scout. And just as a reminder, that's the free scout from the rider, right? So we have 2 scouts in Egypt, 2 scouts for Persia, but now Egypt is down 1 scout, and Persia's building a third scout. So Aran's gonna have better vision. Getting steel now, so all of these warriors can upgrade into axes, and Egypt still only has 1 warrior on the way. So all we really need to do is get this scout back into this region. Now, on 1 turn, theoretically, with all of our orders of Persia, we could take a nice, long, forced march turn, scouting the majority of the Egyptian homeland, and realize it's completely empty, completely naked. We can look down here with our other scout, wherever it is, and be like, oh, well, this warrior is still getting its ass kicked. Maybe do a forced march over here. Say, oh, well, that warrior is getting its ass kicked too, right? And then you're sitting up here with 6 or 7 axes, and you just go into Egypt and end the game. Of course, I'm making it sound way easier than it actually is. Not that simple. But it is when you're spectating. This is the risk of greed, even on these larger maps. It's a tiny map. We have a huge ocean in the middle, massive mountains protecting us, but greedy plays are still risky. Really, once we get machinery, we really need to leverage that and build a couple of onagers ASAP. Maybe even spend civics to rush one out. But an onager in a city, 1 onager inside of a city will still fall to 6 warriors because it can't hit any of the warriors attacking the city border. So that still sucks. Take a look at the political situation in Egypt. Decent opinion on sages still. Riders is going down a little bit. Clerics. Not great, not terrible. Back over to Persia now. Really want to keep eyes on... He could... Oh, this... Yeah, so he's going to get 2 settles this turn, especially for force marches. We'll get this settle. And he'll get this settle. I might even bring this one deeper. Clear this camp. Settle here with one of these. And then settle... Because he can clear this on this turn. Let's see if he figures that out. I'll be deeply curious to see if he figures that out. He could clear this camp and settle it this turn. And then on the next turn... Alright, so this one's coming down. This one, I think he's doing it. Oh, Aran. Wow, I think I love this. I mean, it's possible this one could dip up here, but I really want to see this go the long way. Get that highway on now, because once this highway is secure and you buy these tiles down here for the horses, you can dump colonies and just stick to serfdom and have just a disgusting amount of orders. Although Aran does not seem to be a fan of force marching his settlers, so it looks like we're just going to take our time here. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Would like to see a clear on this camp, though, because a unit's coming out next turn. We're running out of orders here. That's also unfortunate. Okay, so not the amazing, fun, awesome turn that I thought it would be, but that's fine. He's doing okay. Building a trapper in the capital. Not sure how I feel about that, but whatever. Byreme. We got it. We're getting ships in the water. I love it. 5-turn biremes, 6-turn biremes. So this is some colonies fun. We have a coastal border. We could even get the cap to the coast, like I was saying. We did tile buying out here. So Aran has picked up on the importance of colonies on this map 100%. We also clearly have a coast here. That one's a bit more obvious. So we'll be able to get ourselves ships in the water. And then with this coast and then a cheeky play, maybe even buying this thing, buy some colony border here. You could even get yourself, if you clear this site, right? Settle, settle, settle. You get coastal movement here, then use colonies to buy here, and then you could just do the most ungodly secret counterattack on Egypt. Not counterattack, but flanking maneuver, I guess. Oh, he did clear the camp. Perfect. Sorry, I was running around talking about that. He just did that. Fantastic. All right, so we did get the clear this turn. Be really curious to see where he chooses to settle next turn. Gonna keep an eye on that. And so Egypt would be able to see this, though, if cheeky tile buying happened out here. But still, fun to think about. That's the type of stuff that I like to do. Just crazy stuff. We have seen crazy builder mechanics where one player built a coastal highway all along a coastal rain basin map. So there are cheeky ways to get yourself some water movement, but Sabertooth is just... And this is the thing. One of the 2 cities that are building his military units is now under attack. So this is going to get delayed further and further. This is a dire situation to be in on turn 40. Machinery is pretty much the big saving grace here. And then this science, you know, took a dip. So it's currently 46 to 68. But an 800 science investment in the tech tree so far. Advantage to Egypt, I mean. Wow. It's shaping up to be an interesting match. Oh, nice. Can get a fisher. That's nice. That's some more science. Cool. Yep, and he opted to get the fisher, which is nice because that's some border presence across the way. If he gets the idea to run colonies at some point, he can also get some horses into his borders. In Egypt's case, it does make sense to run serfdom first because of that order deficit. And you know if you play against Persia, you're going to have an order deficit. It's a tricky thing to deal with. Wow, yeah, the state of these warriors is just so unfortunate to be in, and it's like Persia currently doesn't have the full understanding of how weak his opponent is. Let's take a look at that power graph, in fact. Look at this. Oh my god. It's turn 41 and you have 80 power to someone who has 410. That's just so scary. So scary. And the thing is, that's the other thing you have to think about, right? It's like, yes, the tech potential is in Sabertooth's favor. But with all these barracks, there's a barracks here. He's got 2 iron. So in 2 turns, he'll already be finished with his barracks in the city with 2 iron. And Sabertooth is just getting, in 2 turns, Sabertooth will have just the iron online. That's the major difference there. So in the time it takes Sabertooth to get his army up and running, Persia's army is just going to be so huge. It's going to be crazy to see. We do have a raid here. This will distract Persia for a little bit. Be curious to see which direction it heads. I suspect it will go for Pterodon here. It is the closest city. Could surprise me and go for the capital, though, I suppose. They do tend to just target the closest city. Persia has a massive growing empire, spanning all across the map. 2 settlers still on the way, right here. Another coming 5 turns from now, and another. There's another one right here. So, lots of, and with a warrior coming out, so it's going to take a second to clear this site, but he'll clear this site at a better rate than Egypt will. So he's just sprawling at this point. Doing some more scouting. I don't think he's revealed this section yet. Yeah, no, he hasn't. We're revealing this site shortly. This raid is headed towards Egypt. Nice. Center of the map. Numidians are going towards Egypt. That's going to be quite a hike. But these friends will either end up down here, probably down here at some point. That's good news for Sabertooth. Alright, so we did opt to settle this site. It's fine. Not how I would have preferred it, but whatever. I'd like to get that coastal highway on quicker, because then in 5 turns you can settle this. Going for a worker makes sense. And then let's take a peek here. See this slinger? This slinger can get it all the way over here. Once this highway's up, I'm pretty sure the slinger will be able to get all the way to this city. Coastal movement is incredibly strong. We have a bireme coming out as well. We'll be able to enhance coastal movement further, even to the point where Aran can choose to clear this site and just resolve any threat or issue of raids. Also, this isn't a bad site. Good income here. Speaking of income, let's do a recap of economy right now. 62 food for Persia compared to per turn, compared to 126 for Egypt. So Egypt has a sizable food advantage. 59 stone for Persia to, sorry, not stone, iron for Persia to 34 on Egypt. So advantage to Persia on iron economy, and then 75 to 61, so pretty even there in terms of stone. However, Egypt has a massive gold deficit with negative 133 coming in. So let's go back and check out their political situation one more time and see if things changed. Yep, there was a death here. They were no longer friendly. That can change income. We have negative 98 per turn. So stuff is getting pillaged as well. Not ideal. A tricky spot. When 2 more turns on our warrior. Nice to see. Hey, this is a nice reaction. We lost a scout in the north to an aggressing Persia. I don't hate building a scout in response to that. That's a nice reaction there. Yeah, one of the people in chat saying, love these little peninsulas, would love to see one get settled. Honestly, with this incoming ship, I suspect Aran will take both of them. I can't see any reason why he wouldn't. The opponent is much weaker. He strikes me as a player who feels confident he can catch up in, at the very least, 6 law timing. Let's take a look on that. Actually, we have 4 laws for Egypt now to 3 laws for Persia. So if we look at Egypt, Egypt is only 1 law away from 7. Going to be adopting a 5th one in 2 turns. So they are climbing. 2 turns until machinery. And compared to Aran, who I believe has 4 laws text unlocked. But maybe they don't yet. We'll take a look at that. Yeah, this is a very weak warrior. I mean, he's just nowhere near clearing these camps. Alright, so back to Aran. Let's take a look at his actual laws setup. Getting phalanx now. Instead of forestry and spoked wheel, I don't really feel this pick. I think forestry actually might be better. And one reason why I like forestry is I like the idea of trying to use mounted camel archers to to counter the Egyptians. Both capitals do have a camel archer, so I mean, a camel archer rush would work. Maybe not against mounted lancers, but against the 6 strength unit. I actually think the camel wins that fight, to be totally honest. And of course, they're both units are very fast. Camels get an additional fatigue on top of normal mounted units. So they can keep pace. In fact, I believe even though the mounted lancer, even though the light chair is an additional move and not an extra fatigue, I believe the camels and the mounted lancers move roughly the same speed. It just takes more orders to move a camel. But of course, orders are never a problem for Persia. Speaking of which, let's take a look at that graph. All right, 34... 29 to 17 orders, plus or minus worker turns. Really, really great position to be in. We have a sign. Yeah. So, Rincewind, you're going to get your wish. Aran has a label here saying, put riders here. So he has every intention of taking this city. I love it. We have another statesman up here. That's nice to see. Cool. Really, really strong empire forming for Aran. Which, of course, is terrifying for me, because fun fact to our players, if I happen to win my first match of the tournament, my next opponent will be whoever wins this match. So, everybody root for Egypt. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That's funny. Yeah. Political situation is still fine in Persia. Good relationships on the Zoro, and it looks like our child died. Our judge died. But this actually is not that bad, you know. As we get older, we're 60 years old, we'll have a nice long reign. A judge would certainly be nice in terms of law timing, that's for sure. But we'll get a nice long reign on our... Oh, I feel like they must have gotten that event where one of these people tries to assassinate the other one and they both end up dying. That's a whole thing. And I see a schemer here, and that's a schemer thing that happens. So I think this one tried to kill this one, and they both ended up getting killed. So that's always fun. Politics. Politics in the old world. I would like to see more clearing here, though. I'm surprised he didn't just kind of run up and clear all this stuff. A little disappointed in that. It looks like the spear is actually hanging back here to maybe go heal up. Wow, yeah, this is just gross. And look, all these nice improvements we spent all this time building are now getting destroyed because we don't have military units. Greedy greedy Egypt. And there we go. The first rebel. I'm not sure why you popped up. Opinion's fine, so maybe that was an event. But we have a rebel. And where is our closest military unit? Thankfully, coming out here in one turn. But outside of that, where is our most closest military unit? All the way down here, and both of them are wounded. Crazy. Crazy. I feel bad. I feel like I'm harping on this. So Sabertooth, forgive me if you watch this after the fact. I'm not trying to rag on you. I'm not trying to dog on you. But strategically speaking, this is the... please take these criticism and commentary as a lesson to consider the importance, even on these larger maps where you feel like you have more time to build up and you're safe. It's important to have early military. You know, your first couple of build queues should build some units. That way, yeah, when you want to span workers after the fact and go full greed, development stuff, you're not caught with your pants down by tribes of all things, let alone the other player, but by tribes. So please take the commentary with good humor and with good faith. Not trying to say that you're doing a bad job. I'm just saying the weakness here that I see is that there's a lack in military buildup, and it's really throwing a wrench, I think, in your ability to leverage what is soon to be 100 science per turn. It's not even turned 50; it turned 43. And we have 82 science per turn on the Egyptians, so that's amazing progress here. It looks like we just got a tribal invasion. No. Yes! Oh my god! This is it! What is Egypt going to do about this? Are you kidding me? And that must have been a choice. I feel like he got the choice to take that. Okay, so great. These units, thankfully, the one thing that's fun about tribal invasions from coastal units is they can't cross the ocean, unlike raiders can. But these units are now going to empty from this camp. So Aran can clear this camp, and if he notices, he can leave these units alone. And they'll just go to Egypt. Oh my god, this is a disaster for Sabertooth. Not the game where you want to take a tribal invasion. And he's getting raided from over here. And I suspect this will raid... This could raid either character. Let's see who has better relations. Because it targets the person with worse relations. It's a pretty sizable hole for Persia. But let's take a peek back at Egypt. Worst relationship for Egypt. So they're going to raid Egypt. Wild. Absolutely wild. The boat finished right on time. Crazy, crazy developments on this map. Really nice to see. Really, really cool developments. I really like the decisions here that have been made around this coast, around the laws, around the colony buying. We've seen strong colony plays in this tournament already. It's a very nice thing to keep in mind, keep in your back pocket, making progress down here toward clearance. Oh, and I love this. Look at this. This is beautiful. Building roads. Building roads. Buying tiles. Amazing. Why is this nice? Because we're going to have to send a settler out here anyway. We want to settle this something. Probably another hunters, maybe statesmen. And then once we start building units back out here, they're just going to scoot back out this way. No big deal. Cool. Nice, good planning there. Oh, it looks like Aran is the type of player that does pins. So I'll go take a look around the map and see. Oh, we just have a bunch of... groves. Growth. Not groves. Granaries. That's actually the only other pin that he has on the map so far. That's funny. He saw those granaries, that wheat, and was just like, food! Food for the food gods. Cool. Alright, still no movement on this front, which is actually nice for Aran because now these organized tribal units will make their way closer to Egypt. And let's see. We have a rebel on the capital. One unit there. Tribal invasion now happening. These guys are just going to do an annoying amount of stuff. 2 turns on a spear, so that will help, since thankfully these are all horses. But this one spear can't be everywhere at once. Thankfully the big concentration is down here, but still. We're going straight for hydraulics. So grabbing this by turn 50 will put a wrench in any early potential invasions, because just a couple of ballista will destroy mass armies of infantry. And then, of course, this is going to spike his science rate even further, because every city will be able to build mills. It will also help bring his economy up back online. His economy is pretty fine, actually, though. Where he's having an issue is that he just has no military, like a shocking lack of military for 44 turns into the game. Let's do a comparison there, actually, one more time. Turn 44. He just finished a warrior. Egypt did. So, for 44 turns, we have 2 military units built by one player compared to 8 military units built by another player. We're looking at 4 warriors, 3 slingers, and a bireme to 2 warriors, and let's not forget we have at least 2 free units on the Persian side. We got a spear and a warrior from an event, and currently no lucky free unit events for our Egyptian friends. And we're working on an 11-turn onager. And another scout. Interesting. And Jebnifer is burning. Great to see. Crisis in Egypt. Crisis in Lower Egypt, or Upper Egypt, depending on your perspective. All right. 37 orders per turn in Persia, by the way. Crazy. And Sabertooth is acknowledging that this new Raider AI is really annoying. All I have to say, Sabertooth, is you're welcome, because once I noticed that, well, honestly, the Raiders was accidental. I was complaining about Rebels, so I take that back. It's not my fault. It's kind of my fault. I was complaining about Rebels, and then they changed the Rebel AI, but they also did the Raider AI at the same time, because I'm a big grumpy Gus, and I like when the game tortures me, so kind of you're welcome. But I agree, it actually is nicely annoying. We got... Wow, this is great. We got the Yadakalaya, which is fantastic. We do have our state religion, so this is going to be an extra 2 civics per turn in any city with our state religion, which is essentially equivalent to basically adding, you know, a monastery in a legalism monastery in any city, ignoring the science part, but basically 2 civic boosts. It's really nice. I love that wonder. It's really, really great wonder. Where are we law-wise? Still at 3. We're getting phalanx. No real laws in sight. We need administration up to rhetoric. So our law pacing is a bit behind. Another nice thing about grabbing forestry, if we went for that, we would get the Palton in the deck as well. So that could be handy. Really keen on the idea of a land consolidation grab with a camel start. I'd love to see someone try to leverage that at some point in the tournament. Just, you know, both players did start with the camels, so there's no real reason you can just beeline straight up to camels and just spit on your opponent. And yes, chat, I did mention that, and I agree 100%. One of the there are at least, to my knowledge, I believe there's 3 in total. Certainly at least 2, but I believe there's at least 3 events from tribal clearing that will give you a free unit. I believe all of them are warriors. And yes, that's one of the values of clearing the map quickly. I think if you're something like a hero or a zealot, you clear a bunch of camps really fast. That can balloon your military potential early on. Still no progress moving towards this camp, though. I would like to see Persia really stake his claim on these forward settles. 2 turns away from this settler. Any other settler coming north? No. And we are farming these wheats, though, so I suspect this will be the settler mill, if you will, for this northern part of the map. We're back to Egypt now. Really great opinion of Persia, though, in terms of this religion. If you can get the riders on the Zoro side, that'll be a nice win there. And yes. So, Sabertooth is going to have two issues on his hand. He's dealing with raiders, but now he's also dealing with a tribal invasion, which is even worse, really. And he actually had to stop this mine. He had to backtrack this worker to heal it and make sure it didn't die. And there's another rebel in the capital. Good God. And there's another rebel. What happened? Did we have a civil war or something? What's going on here? Every time I've checked politically, I don't think opinion has been bad enough for rebels, so I have to imagine an event of some kind happened. But there's... Oh, man. I hate it. I hate it. I won't harp on it too much, but again, this is proving an excellent example of why you need to build a military, because stuff can happen. You can get an invasion, you can get a bad raid, you can get a couple of random rebels that you weren't expecting, even if your opinion was fine. Maybe an event spawned a rebel from something. And I know that there's an event that if you have a rebel in the city, it can kind of like multiply to a second rebel. Just because there's already a rebel in the vicinity. So yeah, this can really get out of hand. Look at this. This is going to do 7 damage to him. And they're going to start destroy... Oh no! The new AI is just going to go around pillaging everything. Oh! The king is dead. We have a judge on the throne. Wow. We legitimized our heir. Yep. So we have a new judge. Thanks for calling that out, chat. Yep, we have a new... The scholar is dead. So let's take a look at the legitimacy dip on that as well for Egypt. It won't update yet. I think this just happened recently. But we have a fierce, witty, wanton scholar. So pretty decent stats. Nice civic income. That's going to help us because we're concerned with adopting our laws, right? But we just have a crisis. A crisis in the kingdom. Really, I would stop building a scout, build a new military unit. And remember, one of the only way... I wouldn't build an onager, I don't think. I'd build another spear out here. And one of the only ways to get this city back, apart from just random luck, is to allow rebels to spawn in it and fight them off. So that city's going to be automated for a while. So not looking so hot in Egypt. Builder is still alive and well, but he's doomed. So he's not well. He is alive, but he's not well. He is ill and doomed. So we'll be having the passing of the torch to the granddaughter, which will end up with a vizier, not a vizier, a regent on the throne. Right. Tricky situation. Making nice progress. We have an axe down here, so we'll be able to clear this camp. We have a settler ready, way to go. This is how I prefer to do it. Have a settler nearby, ready to go. And then we know that there's this camp down here, so we can clear this if we want. We have a Byrene coming out. So, oh, I like this, because this will give us solid control and movement over this ocean. So really nice sense of map control. I'm seeing coming from Aran here. Headed out into the wilderness, which I'm not sure I agree with, because I feel like you just anchor here and take this camp right now, right? I'm not sure why we headed out into the ocean. But he is probably trying to think, maybe, you know, get a sense of what's out here with some exploration. I understand the thinking, but I'd want to clear this camp. And still would like to make progress of this camp as well. He can see now. that these units are organized. Interestingly enough, this one isn't. I'm not sure I understand why. Oh, maybe because it was spawned after the fact. That makes sense. This one is, and it's raiding Saber. So he's going to get a raid from the north, too. He is so in so much trouble. This tribal unit's hitting his scout as well, and also blocking his scout from getting out into the open. Oh, man. The map. The world is disagreeing with Sabertooth in this game. "27 training in the Hunter's capital. 17 training. Let's do this way. So our training layout, 27, 19, and 17 in our 3 top training production cities in Persia. Do science rates. 19, so that's not great. But not bad for this point. Now, if we look at Egypt, right? I want to look at training specifically. Yeah, the highest training city we have is 13. So we have 13, 12, and 12. So our lowest, our mid-tier training cities in Persia have just as much output as basically these 3 cities. And then we have 3 more cities with twice as much output. And honestly, Chenem Waset is generating 34 science per turn. So let's look at the science equalizing at this point. And this is the issue that you're going to run into long term. Look at this dip. You've relied so much on early leader science. You dip. Now you're only like 20 science ahead. Not even. It's actually 64 to 49. So about 16 science ahead, right? And it's possible that your opponent has a stronger empire than you. And in this case, considering the issue that we're having here, that is the case. We do finally have the ability to produce light lancers. Light chariots, rather. But what's the issue that we face now? Because we have no military to clear this stuff up, we have damage on this. We can't even rush one out. All right, question from the chat is how to organize tribal units play differently. It's very simple. Once you get subjected to a tribal invasion, all the units that say that they are organized, right here says organized tribal unit, the tooltip reads, the unit will coordinate with other units in combat to achieve a tactical advantage. What that really means is they actually use the national AI of the game. So like the way a computer nation plays the game in terms of attacking, now these tribal units will use that AI. Essentially, it's what it comes down to. Which means they'll attack, they'll also retreat, they'll heal, they'll pillage. It's basically like having a computer nation with a couple of units nearby attacking into you. And then obviously the difference for tribal units compared to a computer nation is that tribal units do not use orders, and they don't really use map vision. They know where you are all the time. So that's a big difference, because typically they're just there to raid, but organized tribal units are especially spicy to deal with. It's going to be a problem for Sabertooth. I don't think Aran is aware that he's getting attacked by this tribal unit, by the way. He's so focused down here on the south. He's going around spreading his religion, though, which I like to see. Using a high growth output from this statesman seat to just spam disciples. I like this because relying on the random chance is just so unreliable. It saves you so much time to just build them manually from a high growth spot and just manually spread. Also, each manual spread, not random spread, but each manual spread gives you an opinion boost for 20 turns. 20 opinion for 20 years. So a bunch of religious opinion spreads will boost that opinion quite nicely for a little bit. 1 turn left on Phalanx. We're still waiting to cycle into administration, try and get us a 4th law. Egypt does have 5 laws now, so as Aran, he would be worried about this. But Aran doesn't have vision in Egypt enough to realize that it's in danger, which is one of the reasons why sometimes the cheeky comments about saying, hey, when Sabertooth said, this new raid algorithm is annoying, that does signal to your opponent that you might be having trouble. So it's kind of funny to see that happen. I'm pretty open with my opponents too, though. I kind of come right out and say that if I'm doing well or not doing well. No one ever seems to believe me, though. They always think I'm trying to play a mind game with them. Building a garrison here. Love that. Still not noticing. With 5 orders left, I still don't think Aran notices that he's getting poked here up in the north. We have a settler finished here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 wheat and a barley. Jesus Christ. That's incredible. And haha, love to see it. We have built our road highway to the coast. Let's take a look at somebody nearby. Yeah, look at this unit. This unit could get all the way over here. So amazing to see. And this unit could get all the way over here, which means the reverse is also true. A unit from here could get all the way out here at least. Just about, I think. Maybe even further. Nice to see. Another Byreme, another officer, a miner. Well, I mean, I guess gems are nice. Another luxury could be handy. Where is our current luxury? It's in this seat. Okay. Back over to the crisis in Egypt. The Bronze Age collapse. So what's nice is that these units apparently are just going to keep hitting this worker. So I suppose in some way the organized tribes are a little less threatening than actual raids, because raids are intended to be chaotic and just burn your shit. And we have, oh God, guys, what are we looking at? This is awful. The raid from the north has arrived finally. And then right here we have another raid. Sabertooth is in trouble. Getting his horse supply online, though. And he's close enough to get mounted lancers. No, light chariots from here. So that will help him clean up. But man, he has a crisis coming on. He might actually need to upgrade a unit into a militia just to get these things killed quicker. Look at the political situation in Egypt, not great either. So if things get any worse, more rebels could happen. This city could fall. I think this city is going to fall to tribes. How much damage can this thing do? 6? I mean, maybe. You just need to be... Oh, the spear is finally online. Thank God. Thank God. You need this. This can help clean up now. But still, he's digging out of such a hole. Yeah. That's one of the advantages of Carthage. Chat brought Carthage up. Yeah, we're still not seeing this slinger get handled here. I'll be really disappointed if it just dies. Really, especially because all of these camps would have been cleared by now. We're kind of doing some consolidation, focusing on this camp, which does make sense, but I don't know. Interesting that I don't know where the ship is going. Probably exploring more still. Yeah. Maybe do we still have colonies? We do. Is he gonna take the time to buy up along this coast? Oh, I'll love it if he does. We're getting administration now. Cool. That's going to get us to our 4th law. And then that's the other thing. So let's think about this in terms of setup. Where are we? Nope. Supply here yet? No supply there yet. Horses in the capital? Yes, we do. Okay, look at this. We can do a 5-turn Palatine Cavalry. So even if we get this later than Egypt, Egypt's best training city right now will do... Well, it doesn't even have horses, so I'll have to tell you later, but their capital does a 10-turn. Actually, this is also their best turn. Their capital does a 10-turn light chariot. I mean, it's also a little damaged right now, so maybe that's closer to 8 or 9. But, so yeah, this Persia has the potential to outproduce Egypt here, even if they get a little bit behind on the law timing. It's a lot to try and bank your whole strategy on 8 strength units. It's certainly something to shoot for, to be clear. But not worth burning your whole empire down over. 4 turns on hydraulics, though, that can be helpful. Let's take a look at this army. All right, so this is our army. It's almost turned 50. Oh, nice! We managed to get a rushed light chariot. Thank God. Okay, so that's going to turn the tide quite a bit. Let's not forget, light chariots will still do full damage against these spears because the spear bonus is melee only. So that's going to help turn the tide quite a bit. But for right now, we only have 4 units. It's really tough. Get one more promotion on this unit. Oh, we upgrade to a spear. Great, great, great. Now we're cooking. Now we're going to consolidate. Great. All right, things are starting to look up in Egypt. Light chariot on the way. 2 spears. 1 very well promoted. Will do 10 damage even from the coast. Really nice to see. We're using our judge upgrade ability. Kudos to you, Sabertooth, for not forgetting. This is another game I've seen recently where someone actually used this ability. First couple of games of the tournament, we saw players forgetting about this trick. Very, very valuable trick. So kudos to you. Let's take a look at some events. We have an air. We can get a bunch of stone, which is super useful. That one crapped. That one crapped. Yeah. And then we can get eloquent for more civics, which is nice, or affable. I'd probably do, or tough, honestly. This might be advantageous in our current situation. We'll keep an eye on what he chooses to grab. He does grab eloquent. Makes sense. All right. Egypt is in a position where they can start coming back and mend the troubles of their time. Opinion's still not great, but not awful. Wild to see. Getting another shrine in the rider seat, and these raiders are just... The cleric seat is having a bad day. But we got spears in the region now. Now we can, a couple of spears will make quick work of this. All right, back over to Persia. See how they're doing. We're going to clear this camp this turn. That's nice. We did finally save our slinger's life, which is fantastic. And hopefully we'll come up and clear this camp now. Also would like a ship down here to clear this camp. We do have a settler. Yeah, see, we have a settler, but nowhere. Oh, no, we have this place to go. Yeah, right. Okay. We just got forestry. Science boost event. Nice. We just got 300 science this turn from these 2 events. In total, anyway. Really, really cool. So one of these was a secession event. We now have an orator on the throne. Let's take a look at this opinion. All right. So pretty high opinions across the empire. Let's not forget the orator. Oh, man. We could even buy tribes if we want. Oh, man. I want to see some of that. Don't need to land units here if you could just buy up all the tribes. All right, but let's not forget about with the orator, right? You're going to get 1 order per turn for every city that's friendly with you, and we're pretty close to the mark on most of our cities. We have 2 rider cities, so that's 2 extra orders, and if we can get the Myrinids friendly with us, which we can influence, and that would do it, we get another 3 orders there. So just orders galore in Egypt. Which is just wild. Let's see the clear event here. Oh my god, and we get a free settler for having colonies. The Warmonger event firing. That's one of my favorite little tribal clear events. And it's really nice to see it pay off, because I actually was recently complaining about that internally. So foot and mouth opportunity for me if you're watching from Mohawk and had to deal with my bitching about that. But really cool to see. Did we take it? He didn't take it. Okay. I guess he didn't want intolerant. It does give you intolerant on your ruler, but what the hell? I would take that for a free settler and just keep going. But kudos to Aran. He's like, nah, I don't need it. I don't need a free settler right now. I'm good. Nonetheless, cool to see it fire. Yeah, we have another settler up here. Wild. Wild. Science is not that great. That we had a drop in science because of the death of our ruler, though. Losing intelligence has now hit Persia a great deal. This will update next turn and dip quite a bit. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a 20 science jump. Or 16, anyway. 16 science dip. Four orders left. Yep, alright, we cleared this. We're killing that next turn anyway. And I'd really like to see some movement towards clearing. And yeah, we're just... Alright, so Aran is content to fully reveal the ocean. And see if there are any other islands left. Doesn't look like he's coming down for tile buying. It looks like he's coming down to clear out this map. Let's see if I can figure out what else he has on notes. Oh, no, it's just still tile buying notes. Okay. All right, back to Sabertooth. Now Sabertooth's time to shine with his mounted lancer. Or light lancer. Yeah, so we're going to do 8 damage to the spear, 10. We have another rebel, though. Crazy. I wonder what's causing that. Because I don't see any rebel chance in the city. Oh, see, this is the one, the Rebellion Grows event. This is one of the ones I was talking about. There must be more than one of these types of events, because I'm pretty sure they only ever fire once per game. So yeah, he's just getting slammed by having rebels around. This is just a nightmare. Poor Sabertooth, man. He must be losing his mind. Ah, man. Well, you know, a ballista, if you can manage to rush out a ballista from the capital, that will also make short work of the rebels as well. Stick your siege engines on it. 3 turns to hydraulics is not a bad place to be in 50 turns. Crazy. Getting these spears together will be nice because you'll be able to kill 1 unit per turn. This unit will die next turn. I would even just abandon this for a second, bring this guy back here, combine it with this spear, kill this one, then do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 every turn. But that's still 6 turns. That's still 6 turns worth of dealing with bullshit. Man, what a fun time. Yep, and yeah, now Rebel grows. All right, so 1 rebel down. 3 more to go. Building a settler in the capital. I'm sorry, in this city up here. Where is it gonna go? Well, I mean, I guess here eventually, because he can clear all of this stuff with these units. So I guess that's a little bit long-term planning. Wild. Crazy, crazy time. 10 specialists in the city, though. This, and 10 population. This city, 35 science per turn. Really nice mega city here. And the autonomous rule is putting in a good amount of work. That's really nice to see. Okay, back to Persia. Another riders. He's just putting riders everywhere. That's great. Alright, this settler. Yeah, I really would be force marching these personally. Of all the orders in the world. Putting our fire shrine by all these woods. Put statesmen down here. Yep, and now we have that nice road. So we've solved that connection issue. Cool, let's do a quick recap of... We did lose that friendly status. But we have 4 statesmen, 2 riders, 3 hunters. Let's see if he has a note on this city. He doesn't. I suspect we'll see hunters. Take a look at where we're going here. Building a granary up here. No, a garrison. Building a garrison. Getting a stone economy online. Really nice stone economy. Let's take a comparison there. 55 stone for the Egyptians. 104 stone per turn for the Persians. 23 iron per turn for the Egyptians. And 92 iron per turn for the Persians. So the Persian economy is booming. It's kind of interesting. Persia is so large that admittedly I'm having a little bit of trouble tracking the moves that they're making across their empire. Because we purchased this, we got a pasture set up, so this southern city building this bireme now has access to horses when we're ready. Really keeping up pace with the double barracks situations in all of our cities. And so, yeah, let's really do a comparison there. We have 2 barracks coming on here. We already have 2 barracks here. We don't have any barracks here. Don't need it. 2 barracks here. 2 barracks here. Getting set up with a garrison and garrison. And I suspect these cities will get 2 barracks as well. So that's 4 cities at least with 2 barracks in them already. Compared to Egypt, who has 1 barracks in 1 city. No, 2 barracks. Has only 1 city with 2 barracks. They're getting a second one now. That's nice to see. All right, so Egypt still has some cleanup duty. Can kill this tribe. Tribal unit can kill 1 more. And has to clean up these rebels. 1 more turn away from being able to rush out another, well, 2 turns probably away from being able to rush out another light chariot, which will really, really help. So his civics income is solid. 130 civics per turn can effectively get you 4 turn light chariots. So that's kind of what I said with that rush economy idea. He can certainly start spiking his power base, right? But it's going to be heavily civic dependent, which can be a problem sometimes. He's going straight for this camp, which is not a bad idea. Just kind of cut off the head of the snake here. What a nightmare. What an absolute nightmare to deal with. Because think of all this pillaging, too. It's just... You already are behind on orders. Because you're facing Persia. You're going to have to waste so many orders moving around to repair all of this stuff. That rating algorithm was a lovely change. Really lovely change. All right. Back to Aran. The Persian Empire. Ready to settle a new city. Curious what they'll pick. We could do another sages. Nope. Statesman to get an extra citizen from the same type family settler. Healing up some units down in the south. A ship is ready down here. Dude, I really wish the Persian scout was looking at this. I feel like this would force aggression from somewhere, from Aran on the map somewhere. Maybe move north or whatever. Aran has no idea that Egypt has spent the last 10 turns in absolute peril. I hope. I really want him to... I really want him to move just a couple tiles closer just to reveal that so bad and have a moment where he's like, oh no, that's a problem for my friend, the Egyptians. He could even buy tribal units and upgrade them to 6 strength unit. It's not a lot of legitimacy right now. And you're Persia, so you can have all the orders in the world, right? No real reason not to. I guess your opinions would drop a little bit. But... Alright, we did do Statesman for the extra citizen and kind of create a whole Statesman block up here. That gives us 5 Statesman cities. 3 hunters, 2 riders. And we're now looking at 10 cities on Persia to 5 on Egypt. So that's kind of what I was talking about. You get yourself in a situation where you can't expand anymore and you have no momentum because you're just kind of plugging gaps in your empire because you don't have any military units to do anything really, right? And the next thing you know, you fast forward 20 turns and your opponent has an empire that's twice the size of yours. And it's not as if Aran has been rexing, right? I don't consider this like a rapid expansion. It's not like he got himself 10 cities in 20 turns and is running the risk of his own discontent spiral, right? He's taken his time expanding. He's expanded at a measured pace. Building another officer in this city. Love to see it. Going for a longer term play there. But really, with his current production, I actually think... Yeah, 3 turn slingers, 4 turn spearmen, 4 turn axes. I honestly think Aran currently has kill potential on Egypt right now. Especially considering their current state, but of course Aran doesn't know about that. Going for citizenship, which... Over composite bow. Oh. Does he want divine rule? Probably. Probably wants divine rule. Fascinating. Back to Egypt. Alright. One more hit on this, and this one's dead. Finally repairing up these quarries. One more turn on hydraulics. So the nice thing is, with the hydraulics coming in, you'll be able to make up this econ deficit that you've been in. Because those mills are going to just supercharge your economy. Nice, and we're going straight for this camp. Wild. Lots of healing to do. This city's still getting poked by that unit. He's just headed over here to settle that. I like that. Yeah, he'll be able to do that, no problem. More repairing. And that's pretty much his turn. He's still in crisis mode. And then, of course, This spear just... Oh, and he... Oh, just in time. So we have this spear, finished pillaging a bunch of stuff, come over here to hit the scout. And oh yeah, by the way, you're still getting an organized tribal invasion from these guys too. That's so funny. Poor, poor Egypt. And yes, if you were Carthage, you could just hire the invading tribes as they get close to you. All right, let's try and see what Persia ends up doing. All of his workers are currently doing stuff. 5 turns away from citizenship. He has... He could upgrade one of these guys to a spear and really increase his clear potential down here, but he does have clear potential on this camp. He's anchoring here. It looks like he's going to go for this. He's got a spear up here as well. Looks like he's going to dive in and take this camp shortly. Another spear being built in Anshan. 4-turn spear. Love to see it. Going for garrison. His orders is just going to keep climbing, man. And he's coming out. Got a nice crit. Wow. A really, really nice crit. That was an insta-kill. Cool to see. Alright, so he's fully healed up and ready to keep pressing into the camp. And he's going for it right now. Great to see. So this camp should fall next turn. Doesn't seem like we have any settlers around or coming, but no worries there. Let's take a peek in the north and see what's going on up here. Upgrading to a spear, love to see. So that's a big difference, right, between both empires. Next turn, Persia's going to be able to pressure 1 camp, a 2nd camp, and a 3rd camp in 3 different parts of the map with 3 different collections of units because of his military strength, which we'll take another quick peek at now that Egypt has started building some military. Now, look, we do have a quite nice spike here from the arrival of just a mounted lancer or so. So, you know, that will continue to grow. But, man, definitely has created problems so far. So let's do a quick stat recap while the turn swaps over to Egypt. Wealth is in Egypt's favor. Population is in Persia's favor. Which is interesting because Egypt got the Jerwan Aqueduct, but this is going to come from having 10 more cities. Specialists, Egypt's favor, that's largely because of the Jerwan Aqueduct. 5 of those are free. Workers produced 15 for Persia compared to 8. That's a product of the size of the empire and the builder that was on the throne. Military units produced up until this point, 11 units produced in Persia, plus at least 2 free ones. Sabertooth has 4 units, and I'm not sure that they've gotten They've gotten free units, but they've all been rebels. Egypt has actually lost 2 units so far in this game, which is unfortunate. Military units killed. That doesn't matter. Camps cleared. 8 tribal camps cleared for Persia. It's going to be more next turn. 3 cleared for Egypt, so just a massive momentum swing there for Persia. Laws adopted, 5 for Egypt. They do have the majority of their 7. I think they have 6 available now. Persia is behind on that tempo. They're just working on their 4th law now. Technology discovered, 18 technology discovered for Egypt. They've had a sizable advantage. They have about 800 science invested in the tree. Similar reigns of their starting rulers, which is always nice to see. Improvements controlled, 61 in Persia to 41 on Egypt, and Egypt has had their improvements pillaged a bunch for the last several turns. Wonders controlled 2 in Persia. Let's look at some resources. Science is always the big one, so we'll take a peek here. Lead, obviously, all game because of the Sager's opening, the Scholar opening. We have an extra 1,000 science, actually, in the tree now for Egypt. So Aran has a lot of catching up to do here. There's a sizable advantage for Persia here, but it's really going to be a question of, is the empire efficiency and staying power of Persia going to outlast this scientific jump for Egypt? It would be really curious to see how that goes, because I definitely think Persia has the better and more efficient empire at the moment. Orders. Big dip down here for Persia. I think some of that, yeah, because some of that's probably a bunch of improvements last turn. We have 14 orders being spent on improvements, so there's still a sizable jump for Persia there. And military score obviously is just so much in favor of Persia. So that, we'll just do a quick recap of what happened in Egypt while I was going over that turn. We did some killing. I don't know. Well, the zealot. We have a zealot on the throne. Our judge apparently got an event to swap into a zealot. That's really nice. So we put the zealot on a lancer, and honestly, an Egyptian zealot is just disgusting to run into. And Persia has become aware of the crisis in Egypt on at least some level, and that's probably where the cheeky, okay, I bring my friends comment is coming from. But an Egyptian zealot is certainly a nice sign. Let's try and do a damage comparison here. What could we hurt? No, we can't do the damage comparison because we can't see anything. Okay. Our players aren't actually... No, our players are at war. Okay. Yeah, all right, so back to Persia. Persia sees the crisis. Yes, they do. Very nice to see. And they have, you know, another ship, and they'll have a nice... Also, they can purchase along the coast. Do they still have colonies? They do. The ship can purchase along the coast just as well as anything else can. So you can give yourself a little coastal highway to this site. And you could just start attacking this city, too. Add discontent there. No real reason not to. Your opponent can't really threaten you just yet. You'll be made aware of the Lancer soon. Let's see. Did we go north for clearing? No. We went across here for clearing. Okay. Makes sense. We'll take another second because we're going to get another unit spawn next turn. So this will take a moment. Still focusing on some development. So I guess we aren't clearing 3 camps in this turn, even though we probably could have. Maybe not. Oh, no, we are working to the second camp. Won't be done in this turn, but we're moving. You're going to have to back up this axe, which is one of the reasons why you want to see... Once you have a sizable army in the region, for my preference anyway, I like to try and clear a camp in exactly 1 or 2 turns, rather than taking more damage from this central unit, because that's just 5 damage. You're going to have to back the axe off. If he doesn't, that axe is going to die. And considering the way Aran has been playing so far in this game, that'll be embarrassing. So shame on you. I'm kidding. I think this unit's dead next turn. Oh, no. He's going to clear it. Never mind. Oh, no. No, he's not. Never mind again. Yeah, so this axe is dead. I think it'll be safe back there. I don't think they'll go in for the kill. Oh, they might actually, because they can reach it. He should back off 1 more. Alright, we'll keep an eye on that. Pretty sure that's Axeman's dead. Alright, back to Egypt. Egypt knows there's a Persian ship in the water. Not happy to see it. Also knows that Persia can see that he's not having a great time over here. Oh, no. More trouble in the north. We're going to free war elephant. That'll be useful. Building some windmills. That's nice. Really, really nice. Building another windmill. The windmills on iron is going to be fantastic. This military production is going to shoot up real quick, which is nice. Whoa, looks like we misclicked. Possibly. And we do have the civics to adopt a law, but we might be hanging tight. Since we're not at 7 yet, we might be hanging tight just to rush out another unit. With plenty of civics income to keep working on that. Zenobia has died. We can get another 14 science if we put a scholar in the city. We'll be curious to see if Sabertooth picks up on that. Take a peek around as well. He could get... I understand having the profit here, though. Yeah. Interesting governor options. The crisis in Egypt is not yet over, but it is coming to a close. I really want to see... Yeah, so this is what the ship showed up. He showed up, there were 3 or 4 units here, and you see a very nearly dead spear. And that's like, oh, wait, I think Sabertooth isn't having a good time. And, no, he's not. He's not having a good time. Back to Aran. Could you force march anything in range of that? No, probably not. The axe did not die. Nice. Great. All right, so we're clearing this city. This site, rather. Getting more wheat into the kingdom. And building a road. Love to see it. Love to see it. Alright, so this conflict resolved. Building another settler. That's nice. Got an estate in this city. I dig that. I really like this because this isn't producing military. This is an economic growth city. So this is a good use of an estate. Definitely the right type of city that you want to put that in to help boost that culture. 26 turns for strong. And then later on when you're ready to get your unique unit, although there are no horses around, so it's irrelevant. But in the event that it ever happens, you can just rush it. Spear is coming in to clear this northern camp. I feel like this is the first Persian turn where I've successfully been able to follow the action, considering the size of the empire. And honestly, I really would hire some of these guys just to... Oh, we're a judge now. We gotta... Must have gotten an event. Or maybe the orator died? No, I think we got an event that changed just to a judge. There is an event, a culture level up event that changes your ruler to a judge if you want it to. So maybe he opted to swap out of an orator, but I honestly wouldn't have done that. Although judges are fantastic, and that's going to help you get your civics. Are we holding court? We're holding court, so yep, there it is. And then in a couple of turns, so never mind. He'll be able to upgrade his garrisons and start putting out his 6th strength unit, which he has the economy to support. So that makes sense. Taking the judge makes sense there. Still no progress on this northern camp, but I'm sure that will come in time. We do have an onager. So this onager can start threatening the Byreme, and this is... Some people have wondered about sea supremacy on these inland sea maps, and one thing I've been trying to advise people is that onagers can serve as a viable defense for a threatened coastline, and this is a great example. This ship can do 7 damage to that Byreme, and it would have to either come in close to avoid it or, you know, obviously leave. Be far enough away. Welcome to the chat, Alcaris. And also, I'll take this moment while saying hello to remind my friends on YouTube If you are watching this game after the fact, if you're catching up on the tournament action, please give us a like, give us a subscribe, leave a comment. It's always nice when people comment on my videos. It's a nice little treat. I love talking about the games. I think they've all been so much fun. And then, of course, hop on the Mohawk channel and check out the official playlist if you haven't already. We have several content creators across YouTube, all streaming games, or Twitch, both YouTube and Twitch. But all of the videos get uploaded to YouTube channels. So, really help the community out if you take, 10 minutes out of your day and just run around and give us all a like. But anyway, back to the game. Persia. Aran is cleaning up these tribes. He's 4 turns away from a settler to come down here. And he will secure a very dominant position in this map. So he has 10 cities now. He's in a position to get at least 2 more, very likely 3. Maybe even secure the central site, all while Egypt is recovering from their crisis. So, we have forestry. We're building our lumber mills around our fire shrine now. So the training in Yaz is going to rise substantially, which might compete nicely with the mills coming online over here. Both cities have equal training now, 26 to 25. So the mills will be an advantage for Egypt for now, but these lumber mills will help. Take a look up here while we're clearing this site as well. 2 more spearmen coming on next turn, which is exactly what we want in a world where light lancers are going to, or light chariots are going to start being a thing. And 1 more city site down. Whoops. Random click there. Great to see. Ooh. Hey, if we want it, pretty good time on the free settler. I suspect Aran won't grab it. Only unless he wants to cycle the deck. Yeah, he's going to go on laws because you need that law timing. And he's already discarded 1 free settler, so he's pretty confident that he doesn't need any more boosts from free settlers just yet. He can just, use one of his many build queues to build on a couple settlers. Sacrificing 2 build queues in a 10-city empire is not the end of the world. Let's look at his political situation. Not great, not terrible, but only 1 city, only 1 family really in the negative. So no rebel opportunities yet. He could invest a little bit of work to bring that up. And are we getting our colony buy? Oh, this is just brilliant use of colonies. So I called this out at the very start of the game, this whole extension here, but I did mention, that would take a lot of time and investment. But here Aran is 55 turns later, and he is giving his capital a route to the ocean to put ships in there if you want, or to transport across an anchor range if he needs to. Love to see this brilliant long-term use of colonies from Aran in this game so far. Wild. Building an axeman here. So, strong military output here. And let's hop back over to Egypt and see how they're doing in their crisis. Looks like we're roading, which is alright. Plenty of pins on this map to get these windmills. We do have hydraulics now. We're getting goods boost too. That's nice to see. And the onager presence has forced the Persian Bayrim to back off. All right, and we're dealing with our issue down here. You just still clean up. Okay, so Sabertooth, forgive me for going over this one more time if you're rewatching, and as with everybody else, but Alcaris, to refresh you on the Egyptian crisis, basically going to sum it up in a nutshell. It is turn 55. And Sabertooth has built only 5 units. And just for clarity, at turn 42, Sabertooth had only 2 military units on the entire map. As an extension of that, 3 different things happened over time at different intervals, but they all kind of combined to happen together. He got a handful of raids that all targeted this region, one coming from here and then one firing from here at the same time to create this problem, as well as the two camps firing at one point. And then, just as he was finishing up clearing this camp, this side, the respawn Scythian units engaged in the tribal invasion. And then the third thing that happened was he got about 3 or 4 rebels up in his capital. So he, with only 2 or 3 units on his side of the map, he got bombarded with easily about a dozen units over 20 turns that have been pillaging everything and attacking his cities and dealing terrible stuff. And the reason why I mentioned the military unit thing is a big part of that problem was the fact that he played, unfortunately, super, super greedy. He settled 3 sages to start, which isn't necessarily a bad concept of an opener. That can work, but he didn't build a second military unit until like the 20th turn or something like that. And that's the crisis that we're in. So Egypt does have his law timing. He also is very close to 7 laws. He does have a strong city coming online, but no horses there. He's close enough to this strong city, need more culture. But the issue is that he really has been spending the last 15 to 20 turns of this game kind of playing whack-a-mole while his empire has been burning. Like his biggest advantage right now is a massive science. And his economy is strong, but his orders has just been going to clean up for a good chunk of the game. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, so basically what that created was Egypt has 5 cities. They just settled their 6th city recently. Let's see, yeah, on turn 54, their 6th city was settled. Conversely, due to a military advantage, on the other side of the map, Persia, it's currently his turn, has 10 cities. They're about to settle an 11th in 3 turns. They're about to settle a 12th in 2 turns. And they're going to clear a 13th in another 2 turns. So the military investment and the expansion has heavily favored the Persian side of the map. That said, one last final recap on that dynamic. This has been the science graph all game, and Egypt has over 1,000 science poured into the tech tree compared to Persia now. So it is theoretically possible that Egypt could do that classic 7-law power spike, crap out a bunch of 8 strength units, and ruin Persia's day, I think. But Persia has a pretty great empire. Lots of barracks, lots of training, lots of coastal access. So it's definitely gonna be an uphill climb at this point for Egypt. No orders left. Still on colonies. I keep checking for colonies. We have our 4th law, and we have a judge. So let's see if we got some upgrades right away. Not right away, but no workers available. Aran, this is your test. You've been playing amazing, but if you fail to upgrade a single stronghold, I will be mighty upset. We're going to wash out for this worker next turn. Does he have import here? He doesn't. I wonder where he's imported his horses. Down here, maybe? No, that's the riders. Where the hell did he import? Has he imported yet? He hasn't. Okay. All right, let's hop over back to Egypt. 2 turns on another light chariot, which is great. 1 turn on another. All right, so finally they'll be in a safe position and they can start clearing some more. And they do have this onager, which will certainly help and maybe deter Aran from deciding for some aggression. All right. Getting some kills on the ruler is also quite nice, too. That's going to help his cognomens and his legitimacy. Cool. Finally, for the first time in, honestly, decades, I think the Egyptian Empire is cleared in this section from aggressive units. We have 1 horse left here, and how many rebels are up in the north? All of the rebels in the north are gone, and we have the last remnant of this tribal invasion being killed by this war elephant. Okay. The crisis is over. And we're getting our road network set up, which isn't that bad. That's nice to see. And the other thing to point out for Sabertooth is Sabertooth has no vision on the north. So Sabertooth has a scout here now. His first scout was killed by Persia out in this plain. But Sabertooth, once he comes out with this scout in the next turn or so, will finally discover for the first time that Persia has an empire up here. That's going to be terrifying for him to discover. And, oh, maybe come in and force march this? I guess it's not a big deal, but nice to see some more clear chopping from Persia as well. This is also good strategically, because both units are stronger out in the open. Both unique units are stronger out in the open, so this helps Persia stay stronger. Wild. Let's look down here. Yep, gonna have more death down here. So this is fully secured. The settler, and we're doing more clear chopping. Love it, love it, love it. Burn it all down. Burn it all down, I say. So you can put lumber mills in certain locations, but you don't need lumber mills everywhere. Just burn the forest down. Feed the war machine. We have another wonder coming up. We have secured the museum. So let's do a wonder recap for our friends joining us now. Juron Aqueduct was grabbed in a Sage City early. Pyramids and Yazikalaya were both grabbed by Persia, which is fantastic. Persia got Zoroastrianism early from their lucky Persian event. And so they have good Zoro spread throughout the empire. So the Yaz is going to be useful there. And Colosseum is in the game. Mausoleum is being grabbed. Sorry, Museum is being grabbed. Mausoleum is also in the game, as well as Colossus, which would be lovely. And, of course, our favorite and the ever-elusive Colosseum, which, you know, we've yet to see if it will make a debut in the tournament at all. One more turn. Oh, forgive me. Forgive me, Aran. Hold on. No, you have 4 laws. Never mind. Yeah. We need to see some tile upgrades, my friend. I'm going to scour your empire and make sure you don't hard build a single stronghold. Because that's not annoying. I'm kidding. Everybody's playing fantastic. I'm also just trying to entertain the chat with my obtuseness. Hamlets, fine. Another Byreme, great. Secure supremacy of this coast. Don't hate it. Also gets easy coastal movement. And that's going to be the issue. You're going to be able to mount a force up here to threaten the core, but then also come in the long way. Like, there's so much empire to keep track of. It's difficult. Finally getting our Iron Men. Iron Men? Our miners. Our miners online. Alright, that concludes the turn for Persia. And we'll go over to Egypt. I want to keep an eye up on this northern scout, see if we get a sense of the fact of how much trouble we're in. Have our final law queued up right now. Get your Iron Men online, guys. Alright, so 30 training in here. Because, oh, we have a new wonder, the Necropolis. I don't hate that. Oh, man. Okay, of all the cities to place the Necropolis in, this is going to be fantastic. It's going to be a 30 culture wonder. This is one of my favorite wonders of the game. I think it's underrated. Also, hate to belabor the point, but it synergizes amazing with landowners. However, it actually synergizes amazing with the Jerwan. And the reason for it is that it gives you 2 culture per specialist. So if you build the Jerwan first, and then you build the Necropolis, all of your free Jerwan specialists are now worth 2 culture per. So that's a wonderful combination, and I love to see that, and that will help this city get to legendary in a quick amount of time. If he can manage to combo excuse me, the mausoleum into the city too is just gonna be delightful. So we could see Colosseum coming into play in this game. 30 culture per turn. What are we at already? That's going to double the culture per turn, so that will cut this time in half. Yeah, still late. Still pretty late for a legendary city. Not quite a culture rush, but still wonderful combination if you can get it. Wonderful, wonderful combination if you can get it. And with mills online, his economy is now going to start taking off. So with the... He's also putting, you know, a mill right here. So he's going to run around, get mills. His crisis is literally one unit left in his, outside his border to deal with. He can actually start clearing camps now. So his economy is going to pop online with all of those mills. And his science rate, of course, is still really quite strong. So things are starting to look up on the Egyptian side of the map. Really nice comeback there. And hopefully he can turn it into a long-term advantage. All right, we have a settler out here. Gonna get another city. No movement on that northern scout from Egypt. So Egypt will very likely encounter new cities when he just steps forward from those woods. Building another miner. All right, improving his major resources. I mean, at this stage, with 3-turn axes and 2-turn slingers that come out with a level up, to be honest, if it were me, I would be spamming slingers nonstop. This city, in my opinion, personally, is done. I would just be spamming slingers endlessly. And the reason for that, why I would do that way, strategically speaking, is because then I can upgrade those things to archers or longbows or crossbows some point later in the game. So all I like to do is, once I have the output potential in a city, is just amass bodies. Just more bodies over and over again, like more and more men, if my economy can support it. I honestly would not, with 27 training, maybe get it up to 30. But really, 30 training can build the majority of units in this game in 4 turns, which to me is plenty. So once you hit 30 training, just start spamming units. And go kill something. Getting the free ebony, I suspect this might be a cycle, but a cycle to what? Because the free Palton is on there too. This is a shocking pick to me. Free Palton, and we're getting ebony instead when Battle Line or Architecture is in the deck. I mean, Battle Line feels like the good pick to me, but I can't fathom why we want this. Yeah, they're both 100, so why wouldn't you take a Palton over an Ebony? How's his opinion? His opinion's fine. Huh, tricky. I don't quite get that. Maybe he wants another estate somewhere for some reason. We can now get epics for exploration. I have to say, though, the amount of killing that has happened in this game, epics on either player, did Egypt ever adopt epics? Would have been insane. Egypt never had epics. Wild. Yeah, of all the maps that you'd want epics, specifically Egypt, but also both players would have really benefited from epics. We do have a raid finally coming for the Persians. Yeah. Yeah, I think epics would have done some serious work here. Especially because this map in particular, given the way the players have expanded and got their borders, there is not a lot of great river potential that makes exploration really worth it. All right, we clear this camp up here as Persia. Getting more slingers. Getting more stone cutters, more specialists, more workers. And we have about 12 minutes left on this first half. Sabertooth signaling that he's going to have to end the session shortly. Tense trial for the Egyptian side of the map here. Really tough situation, and if you're watching this game, I would take it as a real lesson about military production and the value of using your early build queues to build at least just a couple of units to protect you from tribes, both to allow you to continue to expand, but also to protect you from tribes or the odd rebel from an event or opinion issue. Really, really important to be able to defend yourself. Getting ballistas, though. Not too bad. 8-turn ballistas, 9-turn ballistas. That'll be really handy for power. Gonna need to repair some of these things up here before they get destroyed. Also, he's running out of time to repair stuff over here, too. Repairing this net is going to be tricky, because if he hops into the water, he's going to take a hit. Although I guess the onager can hit him back. So this is what's interesting, though. Now Sabertooth is finally back on the rise. Catching back up. Should make for a very interesting second half of this matchup. To see how these later stage units, ballistas, onagers, and 6 strength units, soon to be 8 after monacism, is taken. And we just need some more time in the rider seat. Clearing this camp now. And more time in the capital. Take a look at the capital here. Yeah, quite a ways away. Nice, got a crit, a really nice crit. And we'll have to see if Sabertooth has it in him to overcome an empire that is over twice his size. It would be a sight to see. He does have the potential here. Because if his opponent stays in the realm of having axes and spears and, maybe archers, he doesn't even have composite bow yet, right? Well, then a couple of ballistas backing backing mounted lancers could be very devastating. Another light chariot coming online. Spearman up here coming online. Dealing with his final tribe. Still no exploration here, so I really want to know if it will be a settle that reveals that this site is here. Yep, 4 turns on another settler there. And we did settle the Riders city over here on Persia. So we are now at 11 cities. Can we force march all the way down here? We're 1 tile short. How bummer, huh? Well, we'll get it next turn, so that'll be 12 cities next turn. 13 cities in 4 turns. Aran is currently stronger, yes. Persia is currently stronger, but it will depend on... I mean, we have solid unit production. Another Byreme. An axe was just built. So as long as Aran keeps his unit production up with his build queues, with his city advantage, I suspect it will be harder to dislodge his empire. However, I think if Sabertooth gets a critical mass of 8 strength units and Aran slacks off in his unit production, then that could become a problem. He could be grabbing... I suspect he's grabbing these to cycle. Sovereignty would be up next, which give him his 6th law. And honestly, even at 50 science per turn, he's not too far from 7 laws himself. He already has citizenship. We had 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be 5. That would be 6. Yeah, 7. Yes, so sovereignty and monasticism will get him. And, dear God, if he gets orthodoxy, then I think Persia wins. Because, that's just so much output. That would just be a ridiculous amount of output. Building some road networks, building a forum. I dig it. 2-turn forums, not bad. That'll pay itself back quite nicely. Bireme. How many biremes do we have? 2. We're building a 3rd bireme. Yeah, fun is one word for it. Orthodoxy on Persia is certainly fun. It's also disgusting. Another forum, 3 turns, not too bad. That'll pay itself back. Let's see if Egypt can see this. Oh, we can't see that from here. Can Egypt see that one spear? No, they still can't see this. This is amazing. I love it. This has been the most of the game. Even when Egypt came out here with a scout, there was Persian forces down here, and it was just in the fog. So Egypt has no idea that just Aran is just building his empire right here. It's crazy. It's awesome to see. Where is the other Egyptian scout? There's a note here. Hunters. Great. So Aran has designs on this central city site. That's fun to see. That's fun. Yes, he can see city count, but he just doesn't know where they are. You know, there could be cities back here. Like, he knows that these 2 city sites exist. He could assume that this city's settled. He could assume that this city's settled. So he might not know that there's a strong presence in the north. All right, looks like we got an event. Oh, no, we just... the turn passed over. Okay. So we have Battle Line in the deck again. Spoked Wheel. I'm going to hop back to Egypt. I think I skipped their turn. Just do a recap. All right. Need to repair this. Healing up. More clearing being done. But, oh, I love this. This is very, very good strategy here. Double stacking your mills. I think when you have a second iron in the region, it's less important to do that. You could move this up 1 because it's going to still buff 2 iron. But if you only have 1 iron in the city, you definitely want to double stack your mills like this because both mills will boost the iron. If you want, you could move this up 1 and do it that way. But honestly, if you pass these borders, you can just surround 1 iron with mills, and it just really boosts that training a bunch. Yep, and just clearing up. Persia just consolidating. Sorry, Egypt is just consolidating. So back to Persia. His ship is ready. His 3rd ship. Building another worker. Let's look at workers. I feel like we don't need any more workers for this game. Yeah, 19 workers is fine. All right, making progress against its raid. Another bireme coming on the way. $32 training in this city. And so this is a great example, actually, again, about feeling like cities are done, right? Even though this is an iron miner, with 32 training, I don't know that I would really bother, because I really think 30 training is enough to have a nice, strong military city. Because it doesn't even have ranges in there yet, so it's still going to climb higher. You don't, like, 50 science, I guess, would be the absolute maximum, but honestly, I'm fine with 30 training. Going for land consolidation. Let's take a look at a grove situation across the map. Let's turn this on real quick. So, 1, 2. Honestly, this makes it harder for me to see the growth. I'm shutting this off. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's worth it. 7. Yeah, it's worth it. Great. So that's going to be a nice science spike for the Persians in 7 turns. It's less about, I mean, I don't know. I don't really think about turns to pay the thing back. I think about overall build time. You know, I think about how long did it take me to build a unit. And most units in the game, excluding like maybe 3 of them, I think, the highest amount of training a unit costs is 120. So if you think about it, 30 training will give you a 4-turn build time on nearly any unit in the game, which to me seems sufficient, especially since you can just build lower level units for a good portion. Like we can just spam in the 5 or 6 turns it take to build his miner, we could have 3 more slingers, right? You could just bam 2-turn slingers indefinitely, and then later you upgrade them all into archers, or you upgrade them all into longbows or crossbows. Doesn't matter if you have 20 slingers sitting around on the map doing nothing, if you can upgrade them to 8th strength units 20 turns from now. So yeah, my training cap in cities is about 30. 20 to 30, depending on the city and the situation. I think overdevelopment is a risk players can run into, especially in this genre. It's so prevalent. You just think, oh, I have another resource. Let's improve it. Oh, I can get another officer. Let's do it. Yes, and that's actually a good point. Alcarus chimed in about this thought process and says the spamming of units also keeps your strength high. He didn't say this. I'm elaborating. I'm paraphrasing the point that I believe he's making. Keeps your strength high, which also serves as a deterrent and a threat for your opponent. But yes, it's fun to have high numbers. I understand that, but it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. All right, this session is coming to a close. So, let's... that's not a surrender. That's just them closing out this session. So I'm going to do a quick... I'm going to catch my breath here and take a quick recap. Let's look at the technologies for Egypt. All the way up to hydraulics. We have our 7th law 2 turns away. Okay? So this is really a nice... In what is it? 60 turns? Yeah, 60 turns. This is a really nice place to be in 60 turns. Get a hydraulics... Strong siege play, strong eco economy, and you have your 7 laws ready to go, right? Comparatively, we don't have anywhere that can produce 7 laws yet, except for the one city that can't produce mounted units. And also it's on automation. So we need to do some catching up here in culture in the capital, and catching up down here, culture in the rider seat. So we're behind there. And then let's take a look at overall stats across both empires before we finish it out. Massively more wealthy Egypt for the moment. Population advantage Persia. Specialist advantage Persia, but more or less the same. Double the amount of workers for Aran at 19. Double the amount of units, military units produced for Aran at only 15. However, this is the thing I was saying. In the last 5 to 10 turns, we know he's had at least 2 cities that could do 2-turn slingers. So he could have another 5 to 10 slingers on the map right now, which might not matter right now, but again, they can get upgraded. They could all become archers. So anyway, moving on. Camps cleared. 11 camps cleared for Persia, soon to be 11 or 12 cities. 5 laws Sabertooth, 4 on Persia. Only 20 technologies for Sabertooth compared to 17 for Aran, but that's as a result of beelining for Sabertooth, going up to hydraulics. Improvements control 89 on Persia to 54 on Sabertooth, so overall not so bad for having an empire that's only half the size, that is half the size of your opponent. Military score, Egypt is on the rise here, so another more reason why you want to build more bodies in your empire when you have the training for it. I would much rather have another 5 slingers than I would an extra 3 to 4 training in a city. Legitimacy, orders. Orders, Persia is just doing Persia stuff. Massive order advantage there. Take one quick look over at the Persian situation before we officially close out. 6 turns from land consolidation. We have a settler ready to go in this spot. It's paused, so he hasn't taken his turn yet. We have no other settler being built. Oh no, we have 2 turns for this settler. So in just 2 more turns, he's going to have an extra city up here, bringing him to a total of 13 cities on the map. Egypt has not scouted this yet, still. And then, yeah, just kind of doing some development. Would love to see more unit production in a high unit production city. So again, another example, he's building a worker here. He's building, this is like a 4 or 5 turn worker here. He could just be getting 2 turn slingers that have Sentinel and a level up every 2 turns. So instead of a worker, he could have 3 more well-promoted slingers that can then upgrade to archers. So there's some lack in efficiency, in my opinion, here in terms of really leveraging the advantage that you've landed in. Anyway, I am Siontific. I appreciate you. We have 11 viewers in the chat now watching us, so thanks for tuning into the game as it's been happening. This has been a very interesting first half. Egypt has came out of its crisis. If you're watching on YouTube after the fact, please give us a like, a subscribe, or a comment, and keep tuning in to the tournament. It's been a lot of fun, and we have a lot more action coming up. Thank you very much, and this has been Old World.